What he has done and what he did is increased it dramatically. He promised clean and accountable government. What he did was stuff dollars into a couch at Palapala. He promised that no child would go hungry. And what he did was to ban food distribution at schools during the COVID pandemic. What he did was cause child hunger to skyrocket by 50%. 1 in 3 children today goes to bed hungry. What he did was plunge South Africa into stage 6 load shedding, because corrupt cadres have to eat after all, while the people starve. What he did caused our currency to lose over 40% of its value since he became president. He promised that every child will be able to read. And what he's done is increased illiteracy to a point where 81% of grade 4 children cannot read for meaning. What he did was spend millions of rands fumigating cockroaches in ministerial homes while our young children die in pit latrines every single day. He promised that everybody who wanted to work could get the reasonable chance of a job. What he did was increase unemployment from 10 million to 12 million. He promised, as he's done again today, to tackle gender-based violence and crime. What he did is he increased the rate of murder from 57 to 76 every day, and the number of women raped in our country from 114 to 120 every single day. He promised a united, non-racial society. What he did was introduce race quotas that will cause 600,000 people to lose their jobs based only on their skin color, and which will ban entire groups from areas and provinces in our country. Speaker, Chairperson, after 4 years of deceit, it's now time for some hard truth. And that truth is that life in South Africa today is far worse for everyone than it was at the height of the Zuma years. The truth, Mr. President, is that you fooled the people of South Africa into believing that you could take our country to better days. But you are no leader, and you have shown no leadership. What you are is a confidence trickster. A confidence trickster who milked your connections to become a billionaire and then left South Africa down and in the dirt, bleeding once you were done with us. But the jig is up, Mr. President. The business people who once sang your praises can't walk away from you fast enough. The Reserve Bank that breathed a sigh of relief upon your election is now warning that your love affair with a warmonger could soon result in sanctions. Your legal advisors have told you not to challenge the Palapala report in the High Court ruling because they know you will lose. And on top of all of that, the EFF is busy executing a reverse takeover of your party at a municipal level. Now, we all know that today and tomorrow, you will return to the podium with red herrings like grandstanding and point scoring. But the cold, hard truth is that in the end, Mr. Ramaphosa is just another ANC cadre who's betrayed our country. There's no more space or time for us to delude ourselves into believing that some cadre in shining armor is going to come and save the country. South Africa is in a disaster today because we got carried away by empty promises. And if we're honest with each other, there never really was any concrete evidence that Mr. Ramaphosa could deliver any of the things that he promised. He made us believe because we wanted to believe. And then he mercilessly dashed our hopes. And what we need to do now is to look to hard evidence of delivery, not more of the bland and broad promises that we heard today. And we need to look at this as we choose how we go into the election next year. We need to choose deeds of delivery over worthless words. And that is precisely what my party, the Democratic Alliance, is offering the people of South Africa. And you don't have to believe our promises. You just have to believe your own eyes. Where the DA governs, we are actually lifting people out of poverty. The DA-run Western Cape has the lowest unemployment and the lowest poverty rate in the entire country. Where the DA governs, food distribution
Order, honorable members. Order.
Where the DA governs, food distribution for hungry children continued throughout lockdown, despite this government's best efforts to stop it. It's a DA that's fighting to address the cost of living crisis by calling for the cutting of fuel levies and an expansion of the basket of VAT-free basic foodstuffs. DA-run Cape Town is the first city to start meaningfully cutting load shedding. And in fact, Cape Town's infrastructure budget is now bigger than eThekwini and Johannesburg's infrastructure budget combined, with 73% of that going to be targeted at poorest residents. In the DA-run Western Cape, double as many children can read for meaning compared to the rest of the country. And we have already invested 1.2 billion rand in reversing learning losses from COVID. But you don't have to believe me. In the previous quarter, your own government's job statistics showed that 98% of all net new jobs were created in the DA-run Western Cape. The provinces run by your party accounted for just 2%. Ratings Africa confirmed that of the all top 5 municipalities in the country, including the best-run metro, are all DA-run municipalities. Just yesterday, we received the spectacular news that the DA-run Western Cape has reduced the murder rate by an unprecedented 14%, with sexual offences down 2%. Our investment is paying off. And none of these things came about by accident. In that same 2019 article endorsing Mr. Ramaphosa, The Economist had also this to say, and I quote, "The DA has the right ideas for fixing South Africa, but it is in no position to implement them," unquote. It said that because the DA then had no clear path to victory. It was better to cross our fingers and hope that Mr. Ramaphosa would fix the ANC. But this is no longer the case, because as we head into this next election, the DA, together with our partners and other parties, can indeed offer South Africans a clear pathway to victory. The parties that are already in talks account for over 35% of the votes in the last election. By working together, we can grow that extra 15 percentage points to take power nationally. In addition, a solid DA majority in the Western Cape, the packed parties are polling at 43% and 48% in Gauteng. Unlike in 2019, voters no longer need to be deceived by Mr. Ramaphosa's small talk or just hope for the best. And so to the voters who were deceived by Mr. Ramaphosa in 2019, I say, don't let him fool you twice. To the 14 million registered voters who stopped voting, it's time to take your country's future in your hands. To the 13 million more people who are not even registered to vote, I say you matter. Your voice must be heard, and your vote can save the country we love. As for Mr. Ramaphosa, to you, sir, I say, you have a great future behind you. We all know that you quite quit on us a long time ago. But next year, by standing together, united around values and principles, we can get a new government in place, a packed government that refuses to quit on South Africa and her people. I thank you.
Order, honorable members. Order. Next speaker is the Honorable Shavambu.
No, thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. So National Chair of the EFF, I was saying to you now that I find it very difficult to find anything coherent said by the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. I guess it's largely a reflection of a generation of the Congress Youth League, which majority of them are not clear in terms of articulating anything. So let's then deal with certain issues. And maybe so that because children watch this parliament, let's deal with the conceptual issues quickly about the organization of African unity and the African Union. So despite the fact that we're celebrating the 60th anniversary of the OAU, its founding principles were problematic because it was about cooperation instead of integration of the African continent. Against the advice of Ahmed Ben Bella, against the advice of Kwame Nkrumah, against the advice of Sokoto, against the advice of Emperor Haile Selassie. And we are still suffering as the African continent because we did not pursue the integration route. We took the cooperation route in terms of how we get to collectively develop the African economy. I think that settles this issue of whether there is common founding principles of the OAU and the African Union. We still should purposefully pursue integration of the entire African continent with one army, one currency, one central bank, and a common infrastructure that is going to interconnect the entire continent. That is what we should deal with. I just thought that maybe from an instructive point of view, we should educate the former treasurer of the Congress Youth League. Then the issue that we want to take this opportunity to once again send our best wishes to the councillors of the EFF who have been now joining government in the metropolitan municipalities of Johannesburg, of eThekwini, of Nelson Mandela Bay, of Ekurhuleni, the city of Ekurhuleni, and of course, those that have just been confirmed in the district municipalities of Mogale City and the Western District, that since their occupation of office, they've thus far demonstrated that we were correct when we said 10 years ago that we are a government in waiting. We're government now. We're in charge of your lives in many parts. Majority of you stay in cities which are governed and overseen by the economic freedom fighters. We have successfully reduced the former liberation movement into a rural party. When we're in control of strategic sectors of the economy, in terms of what happens. And that is what we do, excel in that. We reduce you first into a rural party, and next day we're going to completely take you out. When we defeat you in the upcoming elections, we're encouraged by the young people in universities and universities of technology.
Honorable
From
Shavambu.
the Durban University of Technology.
Honorable Shavambu. May I
Yes,
just
Chair.
appeal to the members in the House that while interjections are allowed, not ongoing commentary is allowed. So please just observe the rule, please. Please proceed.
Chair, please don't protect me, I'm fine.
Simply applying the rules.
They can speak all of them.
I'm applying the rules, honorable member. Please proceed.
Please don't.
Order,
I'm
honorable members. Order,
still
order.
in perspective in terms of what we're dealing with. I don't need the protection for now. We'll let you know if we do need the protection. We're encouraged by young people from universities and universities of technology. We're already operating on the clarion call that 2024 will be our 1994. So young people in all the universities in different communities, in Kwao, in what level? In Komazi. In Fatengten, so where the commander-in-chief is speaking today, in Ward 17 in Dihlabing, the young people, their generation is saying that 2024 is going to be our 1994. We're going to liberate our people far much more emphatically. Not the clownish things that have been happening since 1994. Now, we have, as the EFF, not been participating in an activity where the sole director of Ntabanyoni Estate, which owns Palapala Farm, appears in, because of the report which this parliament rejected. That report, the independent panel report, said that there is prima facie evidence that Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa may have committed a serious violation of section 96(2)(a) of the Constitution, a serious violation of section 34(1) of the Prevention of Corruption Act, that he might have committed a serious misconduct in that he violated possibly section 96(2)(b) of the Constitution by acting in a way that is inconsistent with his office. A serious misconduct in that the president violated section 96(2)(b) of the Constitution by exposing himself to a situation involving conflict between the official responsibilities and his private business. That report, which is not challenged anywhere, there is no counter perspective about that report. There is not even an intention to invalidate it. It says that as the panel, they view that there was a deliberate purpose to not report the crime and to establish as to just what happened in Palapala. And that there was a deliberate intention not to investigate the commission of those crimes. And that the request of the Namibian police to handle the matter with discretion confirms this intention. That the president abused his position as head of state to have the matter investigated and seeking the assistance of the Namibian president to apprehend a suspect. And that report, which is not disputed by anyone, says that there was more foreign currency concealed in the sofa, more than the amount reflected in the acknowledgement of receipt. Speaker, we have written to you already that let us get a proper inquiry. Let us deal with this, let's confront it. We can't hide it under the sofa forever. Let us deal with it. Also, you're not going to be in office forever. It will be, just confront your sins and demons now. So that we deal, this issue of Palapala is not going to disappear. We are still here. So we must have to then deal with all of these issues in a much more comprehensive and clear way. Your interventions thus far, despite you like applauding each other and patronizing each other about electricity, you still have not come with a believable and clear plan, all of you, in terms of what should happen. When we debated SONA, we said that the immediate solution, which you rejected then, was to plug in the floating storage regasification units and the power stations that, of course, are powered by that. And we then said that the delays in plugging in the floating power stations is because there's no conclusion on the negotiations for bribes. I hear now that you are going to plug that because the person who owns Tshwane House has got now exposure to the car power ship deal that is going to bring the 1,250 megawatts into South Africa. And we know who that is. In the beginning of this year, we as the leadership of the EFF went to Mozambique to meet with Electricidade de Mozambique, which is the equivalent of ESCOM in Mozambique, to engage about the surplus energy which Mozambique has. We see that now recently the minister went there after we had engaged in enhanced discussions because already we're going to utilize the power purchasing agreement power which we have as the members of the mayoral committee in the city of Ekurhuleni, and now recently in the Nelson Mandela Bay. We're going to utilize that purchasing power to bring in the surplus electricity from Mozambique, but also invest in other strategic sectors of what should happen. And without just theorizing, we met with Rosatom from the Russian Federation to talk about the nuclear option, because as part of the long-term interventions, we need to commission not less than 6,000 megawatts of nuclear energy, which must be plugged into the grid, because ourselves will speak long-term, because we know that even in 30 years' time, we're going to be in charge of this country. And we want an industrialized economy that has got full electricity in terms of what happens. We have been in engagement with all the strategic role players, including the people who are exposed to ESCOM. So the solutions, Minister Sputla, the dancing minister, our solutions extend to even the technical and mechanical capacity to resolve what are the current crises in ESCOM, in all the units and all the power stations. We do not, of course, have political power currently, but if we were to take political power tomorrow, we will take sound and proper political decisions that are going to restore energy and electricity in South Africa. Because we are not under an illusion, none whatsoever, that you can solve South Africa's problems when you are diverting from coal. Coal is the only dependable source currently of energy, of course, with nuclear. Solar PVs are not an on-grid solution. You must get that into your head. They don't teach that in civil engineering, which you are aware of, but solar and wind, there's not a single renewable energy source in South Africa which has got an energy availability factor above 30%. Not a single power. All these grids, all these bid windows that you have been signing of solar, they are not giving electricity. You are just distributing money of ESCOM to them. We have to purposefully revive all the units, the more than 50,000 megawatts that are going to be coming from ESCOM must be revived into full operation. Then we'll have electricity. Not these games that you are doing of talking English every day when there's no clear perspective of what is going to happen. We are the only party that is going to restore stability in this country. Everything else that is happening under this administration points to the negative. The levels of unemployment is the highest. For the first time in South Africa, the labor force, more than 50% of the labor force of people who are capable of working are not working. So they fall in the categories of unemployed, unemployable, discouraged work seekers, but also those who are not in education and training. So of the 30 or 30.1 million people in that labor force component, you have got more than 16 million that are not doing anything. But and you still have people who come and applaud a president. No, president, everything else is fine. And you have got a chief whip who just talks as if there's nothing wrong. And you guys give her the highest applause for praising absolute rubbish. What nonsense is this? What are we dealing with here? What are we dealing with? What are we dealing with in this counter? There are so many things, like, how do you have more than 6,000 people killed in 3 months? We are competing with the conflict in the necessary intervention in the Ukraine and Russia situation because of the murder cases without a clear plan that is coming from this government. I was supposed to leave 6 minutes for you, National Chair. Now it's 2.3 minutes. Please come and respond to them because I know some of them are going to go via off. Thank you very much.
Order, honorable members. Order. The next speaker is the Deputy President of the Republic. The Deputy President. Order, honorable members. Order.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable Speaker, Your Excellency, President of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of the National Assembly, I would like to reflect briefly on the social and political context in which we are delivering this budget vote today. Honorable House Chair, this year marks the formation of the Union of South Africa 113 years ago, exactly on this day. It also marks 110th anniversary of the 1913 Land Act, which displaced our people from their land and excluded them from the economy. Honorable House Chair, we are on the cusp of 30 years of freedom and democracy, and nearly 3 decades since the adoption of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. During this period, we have demonstrated our commitment to the principles of the Constitution by, amongst others, ensuring that we hold free and fair elections, adhering to the rule of law, building credible and innovative democratic institutions, and a concerted effort to change the lives of our people for the better. As we reflect on these milestones, we should acknowledge the challenges that lie ahead to better eradicate and rededicate ourselves to the ideals of the South Africa we have envisaged in the Constitution. Similarly, House Chair, we acknowledge the role of heroes and heroines who contributed to our struggle for freedom, and millions of ordinary men and women who continue to work tirelessly to realize the South Africa of our dreams. In particular, we recall the role of the 3 important generations, starting with the 1976 student uprising generation, which went to play a critical role in rendering the apartheid system ungovernable. This generation inspired the formation of the Congress of South African Students, COSAS, whose 44th anniversary we are celebrating today. COSAS would go on to play an integral role in the United Democratic Front, which was founded 40 years ago in Mitchell's Plain here in Cape Town. House Chair, the endurance of these generations in the face of injustice laid the foundations for a democratic South Africa. Honorable House Chair, despite the entrenched colonial and apartheid system, we have made significant gains as a nation. In this regard, I would like to report on the following areas of government responsibility: governance, state capacity and institutional development, justice, crime prevention, and security. Furthermore, to look at government business in Parliament. We will also outline a roadmap of elevated priorities for the remainder of the term of the 6th administration. Specifically, in the next 6 to 12 months, we are going to implement rapid response interventions on service delivery and troubleshooting in service delivery hotspots. As the President indicated in his address, we are here to outline what we have done in realizing our mandate as given by our people in 2019 to grow South Africa together in line with our long-standing commitment to building a better life for all. Working with all spheres of government, we are continuing to strengthen the rollout of the District Development Model, DDM, through effective coordination of the different spheres of government, which will improve the functioning of municipalities and address community concerns. As Chair, we have been engaging with critical stakeholders to improve coordination and mobilization in support of service delivery measures in municipalities and districts. This includes consultation with traditional leaders on the implementation of government programs aimed at accelerating service delivery. We are also strengthening partnerships with business, labor, and government to source critical skills required by the economy and the state through what we call the Human Resource Development Council. We had a meeting recently, House Chair, in KZN of the Human Resource Development Council. House Chair, the work done over the medium-term expenditure framework period will contribute towards the 30-year review report of democratic governance, which will be released in 2024. Our country has registered progress in areas of electricity delivery, healthcare, infrastructure development, cushioning the indigents, the provision of basic water, housing, and improvement in literacy. More than 85% of South Africans have their homes electrified. Over 5.7 million people are on treatment for HIV. 2 trillion rands has been invested in national infrastructure project over 10 years. Over 18 million South Africans benefit from social grants. 90% of South Africans have access to clean drinkable water. Over 14 million people have been benefited from the 3.2 million free houses that were built since 1994. Also, House Chair, 95% of South Africans can read and write. I think we should emphasize that. We are aware of and working tirelessly to solve problems of electricity generation, water provision, and infrastructure, amongst others. And I'm sure Minister Ramaphosa will talk about this later on electricity. House Chair, we will equally be engaging various sectors of society on their lived experiences and provide reflections on government's performance over the last 30 years. The government accepts criticism because as a nation, we have divergent views and believe in the principle that everyone must be heard so that we can forge ahead with our task of nation building of a better South Africa as envisaged in our constitution. Honorable House Chair, the State of Local Government Report of 2023 has presented a challenging picture with regard to service delivery across the country. Overall, municipalities suffer from, amongst others, the following: poor capacity of existing infrastructure to meet current needs and future needs of the community, neglect of maintenance and of poor operational management of existing infrastructure, lack of internal capacity in the form of technical and managerial skills, weak work processes and governance processes for planning, delivery, operating and maintaining infrastructure, insufficient funding, as well as poor management practices. Rendered by municipalities.
Honorable Deputy President, may I just remind the NA table and ICT that they must neutralize those members who switch on their microphones. It doesn't assist us in this debate. Honorable Deputy President. Seems to me the honorable member is persistent.
Yeah,
Please continue, Honorable Deputy President.
I'll be happy if they can be neutralized. Honorable House Chair, I was saying that insufficient funding as well as poor financial management practices does render municipalities unsustainable. But House Chair, we have not only acknowledged these challenges in local government. Central to the responsibilities of the Deputy President, as delegated by the President, is to enforce one plan integration across government through the district development model. It is the whole of government approach. It is the maximization of resources through the district development model and the service delivery response, rapid response approach. We have been working to ensure that we have one plan that is measurable, implementable, and citizen focused. So in short, House Chair, I'm saying, kuyasetshenzwa. House Chair, over the last 2 months, I visited Gauteng, Free State, KwaZulu-Natal, and the Eastern Cape to help resolve service delivery problems. In all the 6 districts and metros where we undertook oversight visits, we received reports on how government is working together to address service delivery challenges and progress made in the adoption of one plans. We are pleased that good work is being done. However, there is a need to strengthen partnership to improve service delivery. So we have decided, House Chair, that we'll continue to monitor progress, but we will be returning to all those provinces. We are committed to building a stable democracy that works for all people. That is why, in response to unstable coalition governments, especially in municipalities, we have proposed to convene dialogue on the coalition governments. The intention is to reach consensus on the principles of coalition governments and to ensure that we continue to build strong, stable democracy for our country. As we said before, engaging the development of a coherent framework for coalition government is part of nation-building project. This will lay the basis for legislation that will pass later this year. Honorable House Chair, our work through the South African National AIDS Council, SANAC, is bearing fruit. Together as government, civil society, private sector, labor and development partners, we are on track in mitigating the impact of dual epidemics of HIV/AIDS and tuberculosis. The implementation of the National Strategic Plan for HIV, tuberculosis, and sexually transmitted infection 2017 to 2022 has had a positive impact on combating HIV and AIDS in the last 5 years. House Chair, a special focus has now been given to accelerating prevention to reduce new infections of HIV, TB, and sexually transmitted infections, providing treatment to reduce illness and mortality, as well as reaching all key and vulnerable populations with interventions and leaving no one behind. It is for this reason that SANAC has been holding a series of engagements with civil society, interfaith leaders, traditional leaders, traditional healthcare practitioners and the private sector on the particular subject of addressing structural barriers and social determinants of the spread of HIV and AIDS. The new iteration of the National Strategic Plan for HIV, TB, and STIs for the period 2023 to 2028 will build on the success of the previous NSP by way of maintaining the multi-sectoral, people-centered approach to eliminate HIV, AIDS, TB, STIs as public health threats by 2030. Honorable House Chair, land reform remains a key programmatic response to effecting restorative justice and transforming the colonial and apartheid spatial planning. We will continue to fast-track the land reform agenda as it relates to the access and the beneficial use of land. The land reform program is also aimed at empowering beneficiaries, including rural communities. The success of our work depends on investing in a capable, ethical, and developmental state that has the capacity to redirect capital and resource towards development that has no tolerance for corruption. In realizing our commitment, we have embarked on a process to review career management of director generals, heads of department, with a view to place emphasis on outcomes. Secondly, we are moving with speed to institutionalize the professionalization of the public service, including having ethical leadership and meritocracy as a cornerstone of our administration. Honorable House Chair, as leader of government business in Parliament, I will continue to monitor and strengthen executive accountability to Parliament. And central to this responsibility is ensuring that ministers of the executive attend to their parliamentary responsibilities by appearing before portfolio committees and responding to questions for both oral and written reply within stipulated timeframes. Linked to our role in monitoring executive accountability is a development of a realistic legislative program with priority bills. In April of this year, we submitted the 2023 legislative program as approved by Cabinet for introduction to Parliament. Cabinet ministers have also been requested to identify priority bills in line with government priorities to be introduced before Parliament, to Parliament before the end of this administration. Through our continuous engagements with presiding officers of Parliament, we will continue to fast-track and monitor the processing of priority legislation that will improve the planning capacity line departments to effectively deliver on our priorities. Honorable House Chair, one of the key priorities we are seized with is to promote social cohesion and nation building. In this regard, as government, we continue to conduct a series of engagements with various partners, including traditional leaders, traditional health practitioners, military veterans, faith-based organizations, labor, and the private sector. We have been engaging with the National House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders to tackle challenges such as the safety of traditional leaders in our country. We have also agreed to work with traditional leaders focused on the following, amongst others: uniformity and standardization in terms of treatment of traditional leaders, speedy finalization of the handbook for traditional and Khoisan leaders, particularly to ensure that we can regulate the provision of the tools of trade for traditional and Khoisan leaders, improve the remuneration of traditional and Khoisan leaders, construction of chambers for provincial houses that do not have those. The state is also to release back land to the custody of traditional leaders and their communities. And lastly, to review the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act. We will, House Chair, continue to engage and report to the House on the work of the Interministerial Task Team to further strengthen our partnership and address matters of concern to the institution of traditional leadership. Honorable House Chair, at this stage, we must acknowledge the role played by all social partners and individuals at different levels in responding to various societal challenges that confront us as a country, including disaster relief and community upliftment efforts. We have no country other than the Republic of South Africa. In our diversity, which in itself is our strength, we must continue to work towards a common goal of a non-racist, non-sexist, and prosperous nation. Our continent required peace, growth, and prosperity. It is for this reason that we will accelerate peace efforts in South Sudan, the Great Lakes, Central Africa, the Horn of Africa, and the rest of the continent. House Chair, the socio-economic opportunities of our continent will be realized through the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. Equally, we will continue to advocate for a world and a global community based on the principles that all people are created equal and deserve equal opportunities, an instrument to realize their full potential. We will continue to advocate for resolution of all conflicts through peaceful means, including in Russia and Ukraine conflict. Honorable House Chair, we are addressing all these factors that impede implementation, including at local and departmental government capacity. We are dealing with problems of red tape, governance, poor contract management, long-term or long turnaround times to implement decisions, and also corruption. We are equally monitoring underspending, fiscal dumping, and the quality of expenditure. Implement decisions around insourcing, especially on maintenance, standardization, the decision on manufacturing, for instance, of paving bricks for roads and other options. Honorable House Chair, as I conclude, we are going to strengthen good governance by building up capacities for implementation, ensuring ethical processes, and addressing the challenges of construction, mafias, criminality, and corruptions which lead to under-delivery. House Chair, we are not looking back. We are steaming ahead to build a better life for all our people. House Chair, as I conclude, I want to once again thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate in this debate. Honorable President Nimakwala. Nimakwala. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy President. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, I now will call upon the Honorable Prince M.G. Buthelezi. I've been informed that the Honorable Buthelezi will address us on the virtual platform. The Honorable Buthelezi.
Ministers, honorable deputy ministers, honorable members. Every year, in the absence of details of this budget, very little is said about the budget itself. Instead, this debate becomes a platform to denounce the president and his party for every failure, excess, and scandal that has destroyed the credibility of the ruling party and decimated public interest. I've tried over the years to speak to this actual budget, pointing out the absence of information on the president's audited performance history, the massive chunk consumed by salaries just to maintain this bloated machinery, the skyrocketing expenditure on travel and consultants, the duplication of reporting lines and overlapping of roles. I've done this because that's our duty as representatives of the people. We are now faced with the biggest presidency of our country has ever seen. Unlike other departments over which the parliament is actually able to exercise oversight, the presidency has 4 ministers, 4 deputy ministers, a deputy president, and a president himself. And yet this burgeoning presidency has not translated into solutions. The problem persists and they are growing. We therefore thank the IFE's Chief Minister, the Honorable Mr. Naren Singh, for his intensive efforts in the Rules Committee, which have finally seen the acceptance that Parliament should strengthen its oversight over the presidency. It is the first step on a road we should have walked many years ago, and there may still be a long journey ahead. But hopefully, in the end, we will see a time when this budget goes through the same process that every budget is subjected to, where the accounting officer answers all questions in committee before we are asked to declare in this House that this budget is justified. When that happens, the IFE will revert to speaking to the budget in this debate. For now, we must consider the perspective of ordinary South Africans who, like us, have not had the opportunity to ask questions and answers. For our people, House Chair, the figures that cause the greatest anxiety are not the figures in this budget, but the figures that translate into immediate crisis for households, for families, and across the country. Figures like inflation, like the cost of electricity, like the cost of food, the cost of transport, of healthcare and education, the cost of doing business, and the terrible cost of pervasive corruption. We all shook our heads in disbelief when the former president insisted that there was a good story to tell. The fact of crisis on every country was blatantly obvious. It was a welcome relief when his successor spoke so candidly of the problems that we're facing. But we needed more than an admission of crisis. South Africa needs solutions. Without solutions, our economy continued to plummet. The rand has depreciated more in 5 years of this presidency than it did during the so-called 9 wasted years. Since the ANC took power, South Africa's currency has become 5 times weaker. And sadly, the decline is accelerating. In 5 years of this presidency, unemployment has increased by 6%. We have almost 2 million people unemployed in South Africa, more than did at the start of the presidency. Youth unemployment has increased by over 8%. While other emerging markets have managed to reduce inequality, South Africa has now had the highest level of inequality in the world. The gap between rich and poor is a chasm. As one activist pointed out, in South Africa, the chief executive officer earns as much as 461 black women. More than half of our people live in poverty. It's cheaper to buy petrol in any of the BRICS partner countries than it is here. In fact, petrol costs half the price in Russia than it does here in South Africa. In the 5 years of this presidency, murder has increased, rape has increased, assault, robbery, hijacking, burglary, theft, illegal possession of firearms, all have increased. Kidnapping has increased by more than 58%. These are just figures, Honorable Your Excellency, and they speak for themselves. February saw us hit 100 consecutive days of load shedding. Yet for 2 months, the President's new Minister of Electricity has not defined responsibility. While the GDP flounders at 0.2%, expenditure in the presidency is set to increase by 2.9% each year. And that figure speaks of a leadership grossly out of touch with reality. In concluding, sir, I would like to thank you, President, for what you have done in tackling corruption in our country. I would like to say to you, as the oldest member of this parliament, that I'm always mindful of the fact that your leadership is not responsible for every misfortune that the country faces. I will end up by saying, Your Excellency, to you, someone defined a saint as a sinner who dies trying. I think that there are many positive things for which you and your ministers are trying to do. Please, in spite of what the negative things that are pointed out, continue to do the good things that you are doing for the country. So in other words, my final message, Your Excellency, that please continue to lead in the mold of that definition of a saint who dies trying. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is the Honorable Groenewald.
Geachte Voorzitter, through you to the Honorable President, 2 years from today, actually exactly this day ago, South Africa became the Republic of South Africa on the 31st of May, 1961. On that day, South Africa got rid of British rule and of colonialism in South Africa. The preamble of our Constitution says quite clearly, let's honor those who built South Africa. So let's honor those people who had the wisdom to get rid of British colonialism and British rule. Honorable President, you referred to the crime situation in South Africa. Yesterday, we received the latest crime statistics for the last quarter of the previous financial year. And the statistics is quite clear. It was the third consecutive quarter where violent crime in South Africa increased. If you look annually, total crime overall increased 7.24%. Contact crimes increased 8.5%. Murder increased 9.6%. We have 76 murders every day. When it comes to women and children, the murder on women increased to a staggering 20.25%. Now, Honorable President, if you look at the statistics and you look at jungle justice, 2,324 people were murdered by means of communities and jungle justice. That is proof that the community and the people of South Africa don't have trust in the police. They have to take the law in their own hands to protect them. But Honorable President, I want to appeal to you today that you appointed the National Commissioner of Police, General Masimola, on the 31st of March last year. As we speak, he still didn't receive a top secret clearance from the state security agency. That is unacceptable. In fact, that means if he looks at top secret documents, that he is contravening the law. Now, I can't understand why it takes so long to get a clearance. I appeal to you. If you want to strengthen his hand to fight crime effectively, ensure that they do the right thing. Honorable Chair President, I want to come to water. En ek wil vir die agbare president sê, wat ek hoor van u is dat u die benadering het wat u van Eskom het ook met die waterkrisis in Suid-Afrika. Dis 'n fout. U skud die kop. Want ek wil vandag vir u sê, mense kan sonder elektrisiteit klaarkom. Ek het groot geword sonder elektrisiteit. Maar mense sterf as hulle nie water het nie of as water besoedel is. En daarom wil ek vir u vra, u moet dit as 'n dringende krisis hanteer, nie soos in die geval van Eskom nie. Honorable Chair President, after the COVID-19, I promised you that the Freedom Front will come forward with an economic recovery plan. I have it with me today. I'm going to hand it over to you. Because, Honorable President, under your presidency, firstly, we see that the value of the rand weakened 40%. Unemployment increased 7%. We got grey listed. What is also quite disturbing is that 10-year-olds can actually not read with meaning as we look at the system of our education. The core of this proposal is a free market system. It was compiled by independent economists like Professor Jannie Rousseau and Mike Hollop. They have no links with the Freedom Front Plus. In fact, we had to pay for it. But it is in line with the policies of the Freedom Front Plus. And therefore, again, I urge, and it is also in this report, get rid of black economic empowerment and affirmative action. Some of the proposals here is that you replace black economic empowerment with BEST, Black Economic Skills Transfer. Let's give skills to people to have a good business so that they can create jobs. Agbare president, ek wil ook vir u sê dat die ANC en u sê u gaan nou werwing doen onder minderheidsgroepe. Wites, bruines en Indiërs vir volgende jaar se verkiesing. Maar u, die ANC, het 'n nuwe apartheid geskep in Suid-Afrika. 'n Nuwe apartheid wat gebaseer is op ras. Want as u gaan kyk na die nuwe quotas wat gestel word, dan wil ek vir u sê dis niks anders as apartheid nie. It took 33 years to get rid of apartheid till 1994. It took the ANC 29 years to get apartheid back. Al wat ek vir u sê as dit gaan oor regstellende aksie. En ek verwys hier na the song Sinzeni Na. It was one of the freedom songs. En al wat Sinzeni Na sê, wat het ons gedoen? Wat het ons gedoen? Ons enigste sonde is die kleur van ons vel. Stop die nuwe apartheid. Ek dank u.
Thank you, honorable member. Order, order, honorable members. Order, order, order. Honorable Groenewald. Honorable Groenewald. Order, honorable members. Order, order, order. Yeah, honorable members, don't cross the floor. The next speaker is the Honorable Minister in the Presidency, responsible for planning, monitoring, and evaluation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the House, Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Menos Vue Mapisang Ngakula Mbokodo, His Excellency President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa Vosingo Mrangapanda, Honorable Deputy President of the country and of the ruling party, Ndate Paul Mashatile, honorable ministers, deputy ministers, and all other honorable members of parliament, including the honorable members on the other side, most especially Honorable Shivambo. I would have said that it is an honor for me to come here in this August House. That's what I planned to say. However, I'm really disappointed, Honorable Speaker, to have listened to the leader of the official opposition. I had expected that at least they would just have some inhuman sense or a human sense, not be inhuman, to not even acknowledge the negligence that has happened in Tshwane municipality. You would have expected that at least a little bit would have said about what happened in Hammanskraal. That just shows you what kind of a political party is DA, and I'm truly disappointed. However, having said that, let me take this opportunity to actually congratulate the Minister of Electricity, Minister Ramaphosa, for having done so well and attracted the
Honorable
invitation.
Minister, I just want to find out why the honorable member want to be recognized.
Our chairperson, I just want confirmation whether this is the minister's.
No, honorable member, please take your seat. Take your seat.
It's a maiden speech.
Take your seat, please.
Thank you
No,
very- thank
honorable
you very
members,
much.
order. Honorable members, don't rise on spurious points of order. It's not very clever to do that.
Thank you
Please
very much.
continue, honorable minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. As I was saying, I would like to congratulate, of course, the good work that have been done by Minister Ramaphosa, and it is for this reason, I guess, that kuhlungu for EFF to realize that indeed countries like Mozambique see it fit to continue to strengthen our cooperation that has started in 1994 by inviting Minister Ramaphosa to go to Mozambique to discuss the issues that has to do with electricity and further strengthening our cooperation that we have had since 1994, and we have also had them since the time that we were still fighting for the liberation that we have today. Madam Speaker, the presidency remains at the apex of our government in South Africa, and it remains an important institution in the building of a capable and developmental state. In the words of an English playwright, John Haywood, and I open quotes, Rome wasn't built in a day, but they were laying bricks every hour, close quotes. The rise of the Roman state remains one of history's most defining periods in building of governance institutions. The rise to power occurred on the backdrop of a period of unrest and instability, similar to what South Africa and the world are experiencing today. The key lessons on the establishment of the Roman state lie in resilient and adaptable political institutions that facilitated a combination of military power, political agility, and an economic evolution. Likewise, the exponential rise of China as the world's largest economy is facilitated through the state and its political leadership, which focuses on economic expansion through the investment in education, healthcare, and infrastructure. Both these cases of Rome and China teaches us that a strong, capable developmental state lies at the center of political, economic, and social development impact. As we approach the end of this administration and prepare to commemorate 30 years of our country's democratic dispensation, we too find ourselves in the position of taking urgent, critical, and decisive action to build a developmental state. The start of the sixth administration was guided by a clear plan informed by the President's first State of the Nation address, also known as SONA in 2019, the imperatives of the National Development Plan, the sustainable development goals, the African Union's Agenda 2063, and definitely the resolutions, of course, of the ruling party's 54th National Conference. This prescript informed the development of the current medium-term strategic framework as a 5-year blueprint of government. We have a plan. We are implementing the plan currently, and we will continue to reprioritize our plans where necessary. Honorable Chair, the NDP cautions us all on the detrimental impact of capacity inequality as one of the main challenges in building a capable and developmental state. To build a capable and developmental state, we must build a strong political institution that are coordinated across the arms of the state to ensure the maximum performance and impact of government's intervention, especially in areas of service delivery and performance of state-owned enterprises. Honorable members, the President have already alluded to this. In line with his commitment to hold the executive accountable, we as DPME have facilitated and supported the President and Deputy President in assessment of ministers, in review of their key priorities, to make sure that at least when the end of this MTSF come to being, we should then now be able to register a lot of progress as it relates to service delivery. We will continue as DPME, of course, to monitor and evaluate the implementation of all these priorities that the President and the Deputy President has agreed with ministers, and we will definitely report in due time at the end of this cycle. Over the medium term, the government has dedicated 59.2% of the consolidated non-interest spending to health, education and housing, social protection, transport, employment and local amenities. In this regard, in March, 8.3 million people benefited from the social relief of distress, which is also known as SRD grant. Extensive research by the Department of Social Development shows that 93% of beneficiaries use the grant to buy staple food. In addition to that, further studies by the University of Cape Town indicate that the grant is an enabler in people seeking employment. According to studies done also in this field by a French development agency, they are saying that SRD grant contributes to local economies and development by stimulating customer demand and establishes and stabilizes smaller businesses and informal trader businesses. In this regard, we are actually thanking the government of the ANC for introducing the SRD, because it doesn't only deal with poverty, but it also deals with the issues of growing small businesses and making sure that circulation of money in different areas does take place. In terms of developing longer term intervention to the SRD grant, complementary interventions to address poverty are being developed by the Presidency, Department of Social Development, SASSA, and other stakeholders, including design, option, and funding mechanisms. This work will be completed in July 2023 in time for the medium-term expenditure committee processes. The National Health Insurance Bill remains an important component to ensuring universal quality healthcare for our citizens, as the President has already alluded to. The NHI bill has undergone public hearings and received its clarification or classification as a desirable bill by the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Health, and is receiving attention, of course, by this National Assembly. In this regard, we know that our overall healthcare system has seen marginal improvements in the country's health outcomes. This includes the improvement in the total life expectancy at birth, which reflects the sum total of all work done by government, social partners, and society at large in improving the social determinants of health. The life expectancy has steadily improved over the past 3 years, between 64.38 years in 2021 to 64.88 years in 2023. It's a marginal increase, but we celebrate that because it is an improvement. We have made great strides in the fight against COVID-19 pandemic, led by the President Ramaphosa, of course. We must continue to invest and maintain mechanisms in pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. In relation to visible policing, the President have already alluded to the fact that we are celebrating today the fact that SABC have new recruits that are amounting to more than 10,000. I think it is about 10,358, and the target, of course, was 10,000. These new recruits improve capacity in key specialized areas, including inter alia, the detective services, crime intelligence, and public order policing. The plans to recruit, as the president have already said, new police personnel per year for the next 2 financial years will definitely increase capacity of SABs. In addition, we welcome the additional funding allocation to increase patrolling vehicles, electronic gadgets, and reflective clothing to support community policing forum in all our provinces, because government cannot do it alone. It is for this reason that civilian policing becomes important. The increase in police visibility and capacity is key in responding and preventing crime in our country. We aim to work together with other stakeholders to capacitate crime prevention with government, law enforcement agencies, and communities. Honorable Chair, our higher education and training sector has seen significant improvement, including more young people having access to the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, also known as NSFAS, which has improved access to institutions of higher learning, including TVET colleges and public universities. In this context, the number of students who have seen assistance by NSFAS has risen from more than 740,000 in 740,000 years, 100,000 in 2019, and now it is gone to 800,000 in 2022. The scheme is making further reforms to ensure it covers the growing missing middle in an effective and sustainable way moving forward. We are pleased with the increase in learners from disadvantaged communities passing at bachelor level passes, which is an improvement from when it used to only be seen in schools that are of paying nature. In 2023, learners from low-income communities contributed to 60% of the overall bachelor passes, and that is a very good achievement. Honorable members, the state of our municipalities requires agent intervention, with 163 of 257 municipalities classified as being in financial distress. And I do believe that the Minister of COGTA will definitely give more detail in that. The processing of the intergovernmental monitoring support and intervention bill by Parliament to address the increasing number of distressed municipalities is very key. It provides a coherent framework to strengthen coordination and collaboration with sector departments in supporting the Department of COGTA, National Treasury, and provincial treasuries in the development and monitoring of financial recovery and turnaround strategies for municipalities in distress or under administration in terms of 139 of or Section 139 of the Constitution. Accordingly, sustained and practical support is required from the Municipal Debt Relief Program to ensure municipal debt is addressed. The growing instability of coalition government can be managed through a policy framework, that's what we believe, that advocates for a more hands-on approach by provincial government with regards to unstable municipalities. This is key to addressing challenges that exist on a political and administrative interface that threatens the stability of our municipalities. In conclusion, Madam Speaker and the chairperson of the session, the National Planning Commission continues to be an anchor for the coordination of a stronger planning system that will ensure the realization of the Vision 2030 for the South Africa we all want to live in, as enshrined in the National Development Plan. One of the major work streams that guide the coordination is the enhancing of an enabling environment for the participation of civil society and business in a capable state. In my capacity as the chairperson of the National Planning Commission and a government representative in the Public-Private Growth Initiative, I am taking this opportunity to making a clarion call to private sector to make sustainable contribution in accelerating economic and social development. Economic growth and development requires coordinated approaches by all sectors of society to ensure that basic needs of our people are met. Funding The development of public goods, including infrastructure, provision of services, and expansion of social protection system is expensive and time-consuming and definitely technical. And as I said before, government cannot do it alone. We need to partner with everyone who has got a will to actually see South Africa being a better South Africa, to play a role and come and partner with us. We therefore would like to build sustainable partnership with the private sector to ensure that our developmental goals are achieved. We each bring unique contributions, including the private sector's capital, of course, and definitely us as the public sector to oversee the implementation of economic and social policy to guide development. A strengthened relationship between private sector and public sector is beyond transactions. It must encompass the active citizenry by all sectors to increase the effectiveness and responsiveness of service delivery for the greater good of our public. I close in the words of a businessman and former president of the Republic of Chile, President Sebastián Pinera, and I open quote. We have got to move beyond the idea that the public and private sector are at odds. Government has to lay the groundwork for private equity to productively invest in things like education. It's a partnership and definitely not a battle. I take this moment to thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and I am hoping that definitely the things that we will be discussing here today and this debate will yield the fruits that we have planned that they should, and definitely we are going to work together to ensure that we support the president, to ensure that we build a capable government, and definitely to ensure that we serve our people with service delivery that is clean, with no corruption, and definitely with the might that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next speaker is the Honorable Reverend Kayar J. Mesho.
Chair of Chairs, Honorable President, Deputy President, members, I'm sure many of us have heard rumors that there is soon going to be an uprising in our country because many people are angered by government's failure to deliver services, particularly at local level. People are tired of load shedding that costs them jobs. Appliances are breaking all the time and food continues to perish in fridges because of constant and unending power failures. Worst of all, people who depend on life support and electricity continue to lose their lives. Almost every day, we hear of people whose deaths can be linked to load shedding. These people have had promises that have never been fulfilled year in and year out. They are tired and they now want action. They want solutions and they want government to prove that they care and are willing to work for them. A question we all want answers from the president is, when is load shedding going to be brought to an end? Conflicting messages are coming from the executive. Some say it will end within the next 2 years, while those who don't want to commit themselves are saying load shedding is going to be with us for the next few years. Mr. President, when is load shedding going to end is the question. Why should South Africans continue supplying electricity to countries that never have load shedding, yet South Africa that supplies them with electricity continues to be plagued by daily power cuts? South Africans are suffering because of many other issues that include lack of access to clean water, high unemployment, poverty, the rising cost of living, crime, and corruption. Yesterday, we received the latest crime statistics that indicate that the police are losing the fight against crime in this country. The 2022/2023 fourth quarter crime statistics show an overall increase of 3.7% in crime compared to the fourth quarter of the previous financial year. Most categories of conduct crimes have increased over this period. Murder of women and children continue to increase on a daily basis. According to SABC, most murders, attempted murders, and assaults GBH are caused by arguments and misunderstandings. They have concluded that these statistics clearly show that South Africans struggle with peaceful conflict resolution. Does this mean that South Africans are becoming more and more intolerant of different opinions, that their only way of dealing with their differences and misunderstandings is through violence? This is very sad indeed and must be dealt with soon. We have to start engaging each other and debating issues while acknowledging that because we are different, we will have different opinions. One of the discussions and debates that I wish South Africans should start engaging in is the challenge of food security that we are told is facing the world. We need to start talking to each other before people start fighting for food. We need to support our farmers. Mr. President, there are people who are
Honorable
taking land
member,
in
your
other
time is
places.
now
South
expired.
Africans need land, farmers need land. Thank you.
Thank you. All honorable members, I now invite to the podium the Honorable Minister in the Presidency for Electricity. Order, order. The Honorable Minister is delivering his maiden speech.
Yes. Okay, look at that. Okay. No, I am nothing.
Order, honorable members, order.
No, thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, President of the Republic, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula, Deputy President Paul Mashatile, members of Parliament, fellow South Africans. House Chair, it is under trying circumstances that we address this People's Parliament. Yet, despite the immense challenges we have faced recently, we remain emboldened by the leadership of President Ramaphosa and the common goodwill of corporate South Africa and ordinary South Africans in our spirit and resolve to get our country back on her feet. South Africa is undoubtedly at the throes of a profound existential crisis, which, if left unattended, will continue to send alarming shockwaves through our economy and further displace the most vulnerable members of our society. Historical and contemporary political science teaches us that a good crisis should never be left to go to waste, because times of inherent national strife present unique opportunities for radical change and overtures to cultivate new paradigms of innovation and adaptation. House Chair, despite our unjust and inhumane history, the people of South Africa have always demonstrated an innate ability to triumph against any material impediment or common vice confronting them. This energy crisis demands no less. When confronted by apartheid, our people led the longest human rights campaign, which ultimately led to the dismantling of the federal system in 1994. More recently, our people demonstrated immense resilience when they undertook systemic behavioral changes and adaptations to combat the COVID-19 pandemic, to mention a few. Winston Churchill laments in his 1940 address to the House of Commons about the war. He says the following, I quote, "Let me say that I'm not advocating for controversy. On the contrary, I say, let pre-war feuds die. Let personal quarrels be forgotten, and let us keep our hatred for the common enemy. Let party interests be ignored. Let all our energies be harnessed. Let the whole ability and forces of the nation be held into the struggle, and let all the strong horses be pulled by the collar." House Chair, a little under 3 months since the President's announcement of the creation of the Ministry in the Presidency for Electricity, we have, borrowing from Churchill's words, harnessed all energies, pun intended, and sought the absolute whole ability and forces of the nation in a common struggle to reclaim every megawatt, for every megawatt does count. I must say, House Speaker, that we have consulted the wide spectrum of stakeholders behind our efforts to reduce the intensity and regularity of load shedding, including the unions, industrial and energy-intensive users, automotive original equipment manufacturers, industry bodies, the Retail Industry Association organized property owners and developers, original equipment manufacturers in the power generation sector, the provincial governments, and also the diplomatic community and the multilateral development bank. Without exception, these stakeholders have pledged their support to our strategic interventions to reduce the intensity and frequency of load shedding. The winter outlook indicates an increased risk of supply shortfall against expected demands. Our worst case scenario indicating that load shedding could intensify to higher stages if our interventions are unsuccessful. I should hasten to stress that an increase in load shedding levels does not mean a greater risk on a national blackout. Instead, load shedding is a tool to prevent such an occurrence by managing the demand for electricity at any given time. A national blackout or grid collapse remains a highly improbable as multitude safeguards are in place to ensure that it does not occur. House Speaker, let me address you on the concrete interventions in addition to what the President had elucidated earlier on in his address. It seeks also to address in part what the question raised by Reverend Mishwe on what exactly is the plan, and I want to share that with you in the most granular terms. Let me also just caution that the resolution of electricity is a complex space. The provision of electricity presents the intersection of the multiple disciplines of engineering. Civil engineers are responsible for the construction of the superstructure, the cooling towers, and all the units that house these machines, including the chimneys. Mechanical engineers are responsible for the moving parts, such as turbines and also conveyor belts. Electrical engineers are responsible for the evacuation of the electrons, including transmission, distribution, infrastructure, and also the chemical engineers are responsible for addressing issues such as the chemical process in the flue gas desulfurization so that we reduce the emission levels. And also the control and instrumentation engineers, they responsible for the measurements and monitoring of all the moving parts. Why is this? Because some members in the House rely on Google search. I want to say to the Deputy President of the EFF, this is a complex space. It doesn't require a social scientist. It's engineers who are meant to resolve this question. So Google search is not sufficient. And let me say, what are we doing about the winter outlook? Our aggregation is that we should be able to realize about 4,800 megawatts. 6 interventions are going to be initiated. The first one is a continuous improvement of the energy availability factor. We project, Madam House Chair, that we should be able to improve the EAF in this period of the next 90 days by 3 percentage points. Just to put it into context, 1 percentage point increase amounts to an increase of 500 megawatts. So in essence, we are projecting that we should get about 1,500 additional megawatts as a result of the improvements in the energy availability factor. How are you going to achieve this? The first one is to embed what we call the resident engineers, people with experience, capacity, and expertise at the stations that are notorious for underperformance. The second one is the improvement of coal quality, including the tracking of good quality coal with the right calorific value to help to facilitate the burning rate and the efficiency of these units. The strategic path planning to ensure that we address the issues of outage slips, including direct procurement from the original equipment manufacturers, and the fixing of the cooling towers. The second intervention is about the exploitation of the peaking plants. And in this instance, we project that if we run them on load 21% of the time, we should be able to achieve the extraction of about that 2,000 megawatts. The third intervention is around additional generation capacity. We are contracting about 400 megawatts of additional capacity through the standard offer program, and this has been concluded. which will be online in the coming days. And this includes the extra capacity that will be coming from Calvin Power Station and large-scale industrial producers. This should give us, like I said, an additional 400 megawatts. We are procuring indeed from Mozambique in the immediate term, additional 80 megawatts from the Nacala power ship in Mozambique through a power purchase agreement. And just to a message to the Deputy President of the EFF, we have done the same. We have visited accompanying the President to the Lesotho for ability for us to be able to get an additional 1,500 megawatts of additional capacity from hydropower projects, 4 of them that have been identified. We are also working with Namibia on the potential of green hydrogen going into the future. So there's no obsession about Mozambique, but it really is about a regional approach to ensure that the region has got sovereign energy sovereignty. City Power has identified a generator that can give us 100 megawatts in the short term. We are working with them to exploit that generating ability. We are also working with the Nelson Mandela Bay to get 44 megawatts of additional power in the turbine that has been decommissioned in 2010. So the aggregate of these interventions in the short term, the 90 days from today until August, is about 4,200 megawatts. On the demand side, we are working to ensure that we install devices to reduce consumption from households. Households consume anything up to 16% of installed capacity, and 35% of that is during peak. 30 to 50% of that 35 peak capacity is from geysers. Our projection is that we should be able to claw back 3,200 megawatts. Madam Speaker, I must say that the ministry will be issuing a request for information before the end of July 2023 for technology and funding partners to roll out the demand side management intervention. In this regard, I really want to express our gratitude to the Chinese people through the ambassador here in China, working with us to ensure that we are able to get both the equipment and the expertise that was required for us to do demand side management. The 5th intervention is around the ability for microgrid islands, especially for hospitals and critical infrastructure. Quite apart from the legal process and the issues around the appeal, the state still can abrogate its responsibility to ensure that there's an uninterrupted supply of quality electricity to hospitals and critical and strategic installations. In this regard, the Department of Health has identified 213 hospitals from exclusion from load shedding. As I speak to you, 76 of these are excluded with further work to exclude another 46. We have done modeling. We think that we have the capability to address the 137 that are remaining. What are we doing about those? Through our modeling and through a set of interventions on renewable energy sources, which includes PV, batteries, inverters, battery storage and inverters. For small hospitals, if you aggregate them, you'll need about 10.1 billion rands of investments. Juxtapose this with the diesel cost for small hospitals, you need to spend about 89 million rands to buy generators, and a further 3.3 billion rands in operating costs for purposes of running these generators. So your return on investment is quite attractive, and that's why we are working on this modeling. What are we doing in this regard? We'll be going out for request for proposal before the end of July 2023 and outline a fast-track procurement process to secure the IPP for microgrid in the country. We're also working as a last intervention on the wheeling arrangement. We can get an additional 1,500 megawatts by introducing a wheeling framework that will enable the producers to use the infrastructure of ESCOM and municipalities to transport the electrons to those who have signed the power purchase agreements. Working with the South African property owners associations, we have done a modeling. Over there, we can claw back about 9.5 gigawatts of additional generating capacity using the 100 million square meters of rooftop space. So we're working with SAPUA to ensure that we exploit this opportunity. What are we going to do between September and February of 2024? The president made mention that the 3 units in Kusile are coming back Each unit is giving us 800 megawatts. So from those 3 units, we are going to get 3,200 megawatts. Unit 5 is coming back from in Kusile in October of this year, is an additional 800 megawatts. So in total from Kusile, by December of this year, we are going to get 3,200 megawatts, which is essentially 3 stages of load shedding. We are, as the ministry now, going to commence with the emergency procurement program based on Powership Solutions to give us an additional 2,000 megawatts, and this amounts to 2 stages of load shedding. We are going to exploit the opportunities with regards to rooftop solutions and working on our modeling. We need about 2,000 houses, 200,000 houses to give us a 1,000 megawatts of additional capacity. We'll be rolling this one out, and we are confident of reducing load shedding by an additional 1 stage of load shedding. And then in the long term, what are we doing? We are working with Mozambique. They'll give us 420 megawatts from the Temane gas power facility. They are going to give us an additional 2,000 megawatts of gas to power, which is potentially available in 2026, and will also get an additional 1,000 megawatts over a period of 5 years. And the aggregate of this is that in the long term, to secure energy sovereignty, we should be in a position to get an additional 19,000 megawatts. House Speaker, I must say that besides the technical interventions, the government continues to support the most vulnerable against the impact and support business, industry, protecting jobs and our economic prospects. We are also conscious of our obligations to use the interventions proposed to drive localization and also job creation. We are working with the Government Employee Pension Fund to create a facility that will make it possible for poorer, less affluent households to access financing facilities to be able to roll out rooftop solar so that we are able to democratize the solution of energy in the country. As I conclude, I must indicate that we are doing everything possible to fight crime and corruption. A total of 1,952 ESCOM-related cases were reported to the SABC between the period of 1st April 2022 and 29 May 2023. As I speak to you, 1,405 cases are still under investigation and 126 arrests have been made in this regard. In conclusion, I want to say the following, that in the midst of the current energy challenges we face, it is easy to become numb to the massive gains that the democratic government has made in ensuring universal access to energy, and that this gets to meet our sustainable development goals. As I speak to you, the amount of penetration in the country, energy penetration, is sitting at 89.3% as of 2021. House Speaker, it is often said that we don't even know how strong we are until we are forced to bring that hidden strength forward. Our strength as a people is not tested during the best of time. In these times of necessity, people do amazing things and expose the human capacity for survival and renewal. Our nation, in so many ways, stands at a challenging crossroads, yet our people, despite the immense hardships, continue to demonstrate resilience that is marked of Madiba's rainbow nation. We dare not take their patience and courage for granted. We dare not fail our people. Let us indeed make every megawatt count. Thanks, House Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Honorable Members. Thank you, Honorable Members. You may be seated. Order, Honorable Members. Order. Order, Honorable Members. Please take your seats. Honorable Members, business will now be suspended for 15 minutes for a comfort break. Bells will be rung. Order. Order, Honorable Members. But bells will be rung 5 minutes before the resumption of business. Business is now suspended.
It's not parliamentary for Uma Taivana to address the House. Recording stopped. dinner, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, ladies and gentlemen. The African National Congress supports Vote 1 Presidency Vote. President Nelson Mandela once commented, I quote, "After climbing a great hill, one only finds that there are many more hills to climb," unquote. Honorable members, the importance of this observation is very relevant as we continue to encounter obstacles in our endeavor to deliver a better life for all. Encountering other hills to climb does not mean that we have not defeated other hills and hillocks. One of the major critical responsibilities of the presidency is to lead South Africa's economic recovery, reconstruction plan aimed at promoting inclusive growth, facilitating investment, trade and job creation. This is critical for the presidency because for us to deal with the impact of Bantu Education, Job Preservation Act, Land Acts, and many other abominable laws visited to indigenous people of this country, the economy should grow. Without an economy that is growing, there cannot be revenue to invest in decent education, NHI, social welfare, safety and security. It was this realization that prompted His Excellency President Ramaphosa when tabling ERP in this house to say, I quote, "This plan directly responds to the immediate economic impact of COVID by driving job creation and expanding support for vulnerable households. We aim to do this primarily through a major infrastructure program and a large-scale employment stimulus," unquote. This budget of 625 million rand allows the president and presidency to perform this very important national duty. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chairperson, we'll be demonstrating to South Africans how has this undertaking been executed over the years and what is in the pipeline. We'll be demonstrating how far we've gone under the president's leadership, and doing the deliberate mess of 350 years is no child's play. But we won't rest. We'll continue climbing another proverbial hill. We are solution focused. We do not dwell on problems. Asibhajwa ezinkingeni, kodwa siza nezixazululo. The world was still trying to recover from the global economic crisis of 2008-2009, still recovering from COVID-19 pandemic. In our country, also had to deal with July unrest and floods. Now, we must contend with the socio-economic impact of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Jill, the World Bank's chief economist, commented about the impact of these developments and said, I quote, "The ongoing decline in potential growth has serious implications for the world's ability to tackle the expanding array of challenges unique to our times, stubborn poverty, diverging incomes, and climate change," unquote. So, laba bezalana ngaphambili, but pretend as if lezi inkinga ezikhona inkinga zabantu base South Africa kuphela. They are denying reality, they are being denialist. Who are dealing with what is encountering the whole world. Germany is talking is experiencing recession. So the whole world, and Germany, one of the biggest economies in the world, is experiencing recession. So the problems that we are having are world economies. Gross fixed capital formation in capital infrastructure investment is very low in our country. Public sector contribution is still very low, 3.8% of GDP. So is the private sector. In total, we are still far below the 30% mark envisaged in the NDP. Honorable Speaker, let us separate fact from fiction and demonstrate that government using Vote 1 allocation has been busy at work. The importance of public sector infrastructure spend is that it gives service to our people, crowds in private sector investment, creates jobs, and allows SMMEs to participate in the economy. Public investment in infrastructure in the next 3 years is a whopping 903 billion rand. Yes, just under 1 trillion rands. Let me respectfully share with you some of the capital infrastructure projects. Makonde and Magwenza clinics projects in Vembe districts were completed for 66 and 68 million rand respectively in the last financial year. Zitulele Hospital in King Sabata Tarinjebo is in construction for 1.067 billion rand. The Tlabeng Hospital Phase 2 in Thabo Futsanyana is in construction for 838 million rand. Limpopo Central Academic Hospital, state-of-the-art hospital, has just started. Premier Stan Matawata handed the site on Monday. This will cost over 5 billion rand and over 1,200 jobs will be created. 800 million rand for Hazemia Dam in KZN to increase storage capacity. 4 billion rand is being spent on Glen William Dam to improve water supply for agriculture to farmers in the West Coast. Phase 2 Lesotho Highlands Water Project with an estimated cost of 39 billion rand is being implemented. This will increase water supply and security to the people of Gauteng, Northern Cape, Free State, and Northwest. Honorable members, there are many other water projects and interventions, including Mzimvubu, Mkomazi, and many others which are under construction. We are therefore saying to those who may be tempted to oppose vote number 1, they must think twice, because they may inadvertently be saying to our people should not have access to water. Vote 1 allows the presidency and the president to coordinate these very important responsibilities. Transport is having a number of infrastructure projects under construction or about to commence. There are 11 projects valued at 20 billion rand, which will create about 10,000 jobs that are being prioritized. We have also seen construction of roads like the N3 between Pietermaritzburg and Cato Ridge, N2, Mthentu, and Msikaba Bridge. The intervention in the rural areas with bridge projects, honorable members, is a clear indication that this government, the African National Congress, cares about the rural people, the downtrodden, the poorest of the poor. 3.8 billion rand has been set aside for this program of MTF. We have lived that, we've got that experience. Abanye bayifunde incwadini ukuthi kwenzakalani makuthiwa uyahlupheka. Njoba nje uzobona la if kade ke sizwa khuluma indaba ze Western Cape, the experience of people who live in Rondebosch and those who live in Khayelitsha are 2 different experiences. Yeah. Njoba lina nje izulu uzobona ukuthi kuzokwenzakalani. There are no houses azomuka namanzi eRondebosch kodwa eKhayelitsha. Kuhlala abantu nalapho. So when you count people, you must also count the people of Khayelitsha nakwalanga naseGugulethu. Ngikhuluma ngalezi zizala nqini ukuthi ngikhombise ukuthi umongameli nohulumeni kaKhongolose benza konke okusemandleni ukushintsha izimpilo zabantu baseNingizimu Afrika, ikakhulukazi laba abadla imbuya ngoti. Liyasho iBhayibheli ukuthi banamehlo kodwa ababoni, banezindlebe kodwa abezwa. Isho njalo incwadi kaMateyu. Babumfundisi vela wazobuza ukuthi ugesi uzobuya uzela wathi yena ugesi uzobuya nini, kodwa umongameli ubela ekhuluma ngaleyo nto. Ngiyathemba ke emva kokukhuluma kaMinister we-Electricity usuzwile ukuthi kuthweni, singaphinde ke futhi siyithole siphendula lowo mbuzo. Achtbare vessels met hierdie belangrike ingrypings in infrastruktuur, water en landbou en verdediging gaan u opstaan en beide vir die kommersiële boere en die opkomende boere sê dat die regering nie vir hulle water en paai moet voorsien nie. As hy nie hierdie wens hoop en ondersteun nie, dit is dan dit wat u vir hulle sê. Sê vir die groot skaal boere wat hul produkte na buiteland en grootmarke uitvoer dat hulle die FF plus nie die begroting ondersteun nie. So geen help vir hulle by die regering nie. Honorable members, we said public sector infrastructure investment also helps with crowding in private sector investment. In this regard, the President, His Excellency Ramaphosa, has championed the process of showing South Africa remains a preferred investment destination, offering decent returns to the owners. We agree with you, Mr. President, that, quote, to have been able to meet our 5-year target, despite major challenges and disruptions, including pandemic, is no mean feat. The President said this when we, as a country, reached 1.51 trillion in pledges, which is 26% above the initial target. Now, let's see the dividend of the investment conferences. The examples are too many to tabulate here, but I'll give you a quick helicopter view. 10 newly built factories opened in Swane, producing parts of the 4th Ranger Baki. In Gqeberha, Isuzu GMAX began rolling the production line. 11.5 billion rand investment in Redstone Solar Thermal Power Plant. Honorable Speaker, the Appropriations Committee met with some youth formations last week as part of the Appropriations Bill approval. Among them, we met Youth Capital. They argued strongly for the continuation of presidential employment stimulus. They said, I quote, the current PS has provided many lessons on how these types of jobs not only provide a critical work experience for young people, but also fulfill a gap in human resource capacity in areas like education. That's the intervention which the young people are agreeing with, and they are arguing very strongly, Honorable President, that that should continue. Honorable Speaker, could we have done better? Definitely yes. Can we still improve? Yes, still a big room for improvement. For instance, the question of underspending of the budget, the question of wasteful and fruitless expenditure. We can still do better in localization, Honorable President, using our procurement. We are hoping that the public procurement bill will address this. We, as the ANC, support vote 1 to allow the President and Presidency to continue with their constitutional mandate. Ngiyabonga. God bless Africa.
Baie dankie. Volgens is achtbare lid Graham.
House Chairperson, vote 1, the Presidency has a budget of 625.1 million rand, an extraordinarily large amount of money. What value are we getting for this money? The annual report on the Presidency for the 2021-22 financial year states, progress has been made and Eskom is gradually being repositioned onto a path of optimal performance backed up by good governance and long-term financial sustainability, working towards the full implementation of institutional reforms aimed at improving its performance, transparency, and accountability. Well, aside from this statement being completely out of touch with reality, we heard yesterday that Eskom has posted a loss of 21.2 billion rand for the last year. Cue the energy crisis that reached a critical point in mid-2022. In response, President Ramaphosa established the National Energy Crisis Committee, NECOM, and with it, the Energy Action Plan. The objectives were to immediately reduce the severity of load shedding with a view to ending it completely and at the same time achieve energy security through 5 specific interventions. One job, deal with the electricity crisis. Almost a year later, we are experiencing outages of up to 12 hours a day, every day. Under growing pressure, the President declared a state of disaster in February and announced the appointment of a new minister in the Presidency. It took another month for the President to actually name the new minister and a further 6 weeks for him to define the powers of this minister. His initial role, defined by the state of disaster, gave Dr. Ramaphosa specific powers to address load shedding, along with heading up NECOM and implementing the Energy Action Plan. However, the abrupt end of the state of disaster a month after his appointment left the minister with no real powers. Last week, President Ramaphosa finally gazetted powers for Minister Ramaphosa. If anything, this has done nothing more than entrench the idea that the electricity minister is purely a project manager. Section 34(1) of the Energy Regulation Act of 2006, which has been transferred to the minister, allows him to identify the energy mix required to ensure ongoing supply of electricity. It further allows him to determine what percentage can be generated and from which sources, as well as to whom it may be sold. Section 34(2) has also been transferred to Minister Ramaphosa. This section has 5 subsections numbered A to E, which includes the activities that may be undertaken to give effect to Section 34(1). Astonishingly, all 5 subsections are excluded and remain with Minister Mantashe in Mineral Resources and Energy. It is a complete mystery as to why the President would explicitly stipulate the transfer of powers contained in a clause and then expressly exclude the entire clause. In effect, this means that Minister Ramaphosa does not have the executive authority to implement any of the 5 interventions identified in the Energy Action Plan. He's not authorized to fix Eskom. That remains within the powers and purview of Minister Godin. Procurement in terms of independent power producers remains under Minister Mantashe in respect of the Integrated Resource Plan. Minister Mantashe further remains firmly in control of regulatory reform as well as the acceleration of rooftop solar under NERSA. The reform of the energy sector as a whole continues to be the joint responsibility of both Ministers Mantashe and Godin. So if Minister Ramaphosa has no real powers, he should at the very least have a measure of accountability. During the debate on the establishment of an ad hoc committee to oversee the Minister of Electricity, the ANC argued that there was no need for Dr. Ramaphosa to report to such a committee because his ministry has no staff members, no department, no annual plan, and no budget. No committee also means no accountability, despite this being a constitutional imperative. Since his appointment, today was the minister's first address to the National Assembly. Until now, he has only reported weekly to the media on his progress. So with limited powers and no real accountability mechanisms, has he at least been properly resourced to achieve his objective? It seems that Minister Ramaphosa has resources, just not from the presidency. According to the minister, the private sector will capacitate his office to the tune of 100 million rand. This money, ostensibly already raised by the Resource Mobilization Fund, which the minister helped to launch 2 days after his appointment, will be used to recruit highly skilled staff for technical and administrative support. This will be undertaken by the National Business Initiative, which has been appointed to assist with providing resources to the presidency. So it appears that the ministry is being funded and capacitated by the private sector. And if business is funding the program of the minister and the presidency, then the minister will be accountable to business. This does not augur well for a country reeling from the effects of state capture, which contributed in great measure to the catastrophic state of our electricity sector. Chairperson, there is absolutely nothing discernible in this budget that will result in an immediate easing of load shedding. If Minister Ramaphosa is going to have any impact on the electricity crisis, he needs real powers, he needs to be held accountable in Parliament by a designated committee, he needs a budget, and he needs the backing of the entire cabinet. Mr. President, you have pinned this country's hopes on Dr. Ramaphosa. Your time is running out. 2024 and the Moonshot Pact are around the corner, and the Democratic Alliance stands ready to lead a new national government that will roll out best practice measures for mitigating load shedding that is already being implemented by DA-run governments in the Western Cape. While the ANC government fails to provide power to the residents, I have no doubt that the residents are gearing up to give a DA-led government power in 2024. I thank you.
Thank you. Order, honorable members. As I now recognize the Deputy Minister in the Presidency for Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. Maketan.
Honorable Chair, thank you very much. Your Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, Your Excellency Deputy President Paul Mashatile, Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Members of Parliament, fellow South Africans. Let's quickly recap what we have heard today from the opposition parties. No one ever thought the DA and EFF could be bedfellows. Both their speeches opportunistically ignored that the presidency is steering South Africa during a period of unprecedented externalities which devastated even the most advanced economies. I'm referring to COVID-19 and Ukraine conflict. Akbare Mulder just fell short of telling us that we should be grateful for the apartheid regime. Tell no lies and claim no easy victory. Tell the people of South Africa what type of nation was built after the 31st of May, 1961, who benefited and what occasioned the constitution you so heavily cling to today. Honorable Meshwa came here and said, we need solutions which Honorable Minister Hosientsu outlined, typical of an ACDP pontificators par excellence. Honorable Chair, massive poverty and obscene inequality are such terrible scourges of our times, times in which the world boasts breathtaking advances in science, technology, industry, and wealth accumulation, that they have to rank alongside slavery and apartheid as social evils, close quote. Uttered almost 20 years ago by Tata Mandela, these words sting with truth today. Poverty is a scourge on our society, our government. Evil cannot be allowed to thrive, especially social evils. Our government drives an all and everything approach to eradicate these poverty scourges through M&E for all of government. You will recall government's achievements and plans were presented in our budget vote speeches. Today, I'm presenting two focus areas of urgent and critical status, the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, and empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. In accelerating the implementation of the NSP on GBV, let's recall Kenya's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Her Excellency Rachel Omamo, saying at the Munich Security Council a few days before Russia invaded Ukraine, and I quote, "War has changed, war is moving into cities. You are just as likely to be gang raped in an informal settlement in an African city as you are out on the war front," close quote. Our crime statistics paint a gruesome picture of her words today. South Africa is statistically a war zone, weaponizing women and children's bodies through abuse, sexual violence, and femicide is a characteristic of war in the traditional sense and the changing context of warfare. Indeed, as per the words of our President, Cyril Ramaphosa, GBVF remains a societal challenge. We are all called upon to play our part. The monitoring and evaluation framework within the NSP and GBVS has 6 pillars. We will allocate and align these pillars to relevant APPs across departments. Honorable Chair, economic empowerment or lack thereof is a catalyst of GBVF, which segues to my second urgent and critical focus, which is empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. We have heard the plans of the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, and this year's National Women's Month theme, harnessing opportunities in the ocean's economy for women's socio-economic empowerment, close quote, is exciting. The farming cooperative projects are intriguing, but the most thrilling is the cooperative banking institution, a collaboration within the Cooperative Banks Development Agency, supporting women, youth, and persons with disability. Pre-COVID in February 2020, the visionary leadership of President Cyril Ramaphosa in assuming the chairship of AU declared 2020 to 2030 as the decade of financial and economic inclusion of Africa's women, giving us an ultimate lever for women and youth inclusion in the economic agenda of Africa. In respect of South Africa's 40% public procurement, which of course was pronounced by our president as policy for women.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister, your time expired. Soniswa Nkwanko.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Well, the previous speaker spoke about the debate between the Casablanca and the Monrovia groups going to the OAU in 1963, the formation of the OAU in 1963. My concern is one, and perhaps more fundamental, that aba bantu balapha bale ANC abayihoyanga le Africa. Into abayithandayo zizisusa namatheko nemibhiyozo. Ingathi ngula zezapikoko zaseBritani zabakumkani. President, it is a damning indictment of the leadership of your government that ever since you took over in 2018, our country has been ravaged by the ravaged by chronic unemployment rate, which has risen to an enormous 32.9%, making South Africa one of the countries in the world with the highest unemployment rate. Under your new dawn, Mr. President, the economy is stagnant. The currency has lost 41% of its value. We've been grey listed. Those regime change agents called rating agencies have forgotten about us. The poor South Africans are subjected to worse forms of poverty, poor healthcare services, dilapidating infrastructure. In many parts of the country, the state has virtually disappeared. Instead, it has been replaced or supplanted by rent-seeking and corruption. President, if the issue for you on the Palapala scandal saga is that you disagree with the report, perhaps we should agree to a process which allows Parliament to conduct its own independent investigation using an ad hoc committee where politicians themselves can be able to evaluate the evidence before them. This proposal has been made in the past, but it has fallen on deaf ears. The second issue is that if things continue as they are, There's a perception that is being firmly entrenched that you are living according to a mantra of former president of Venezuela, Hugo Chavez, which is, to my friends, everything, to my enemies, the law. There also needs, President, to be a better alignment between fiscal and monetary policy. You can't, when you're trying to reignite the economy or growth using fiscal policy and the Reserve Bank moves in the opposite direction, even when the causes of inflation are due to supply side disruptions and not domestic demand. The other issue is when it comes to capital expenditure at ESCOM in particular, our biggest gripe is that it seems to be restricted only to transmission and distribution. And the problem with that is that even with the sale of non-core assets, ESCOM is not allowed to use a portion of that revenue to be able to invest it in renewable energy. It means we're building an ESCOM for the past rather than for the future. The other issue is if we continue to do that, it's almost like the other issue is this is the same government that was happy to buy generators for ministerial residences last year. But unfortunately, when we make a call and there's a North Gauteng High Court judgment that says we must provide alternative sources of energy to hospitals, to schools, we appeal the order instead of helping to ensure that happens.
Check your
Thank you.
monitor and I will explain. Check the number there. I gave you the minutes that there were seconds that you were crying for. The Honorable Heron.
Thank you, House Chair. In July 2022, the President addressed the nation and acknowledged that South Africans are justifiably frustrated and angry and fed up. 11 months later, the electricity supply is much less reliable. We used to think that stage 2 was bad, but now we cling for dear life to stage 6. What stage, Mr. President, comes after frustration, anger, and fed up? With businesses closing, the value of the rand diminishing, and the basic cost of living rampant, what's next? Hopelessness. Hopelessness is particularly dangerous in the untransformed environment of post-apartheid inequality and injustice. Hopelessness that detaches us from the worthy goal of nation building, that creates an environment where people feel they have nothing left to lose. Program 1 of the Presidency Vote includes critical objectives dealing with our electricity crisis, including implementing an action plan to end load shedding and achieve energy security. It has not been easy to take these words seriously because the electricity crisis oppresses every single South African. And for 16 years since load shedding began, we've been waiting for the implementation of an action plan. 11 months ago, the President said the crisis that we're facing requires that we should take bold, courageous, and decisive action. And despite these commitments to improve the performance of Eskom's fleet of power stations, 6 months later, Eskom briefed Scopa on continuing criminality, sabotage, and poor performance. The President also said bid window 6 will be doubled from 2,600 megawatts to 5,200 megawatts. However, we could only procure a total of 1,000 megawatts because of transmission grid constraints. It's inexplicable that the President could announce a doubling of the generation capacity to be procured following extensive engagements with Eskom when the grid doesn't have the necessary capacity. But, House Chairperson, it's impossible not to acknowledge that today the Minister of Electricity provided some hope. His detailed, very rapid rattling off of short and medium-term interventions to add capacity to the grid was very encouraging. And I would like to thank the Minister for that detail and for clearly anticipating where the whole country's focus is. If we implement what you've promised today, I'm confident we can restore the nation's hope and shift our focus to addressing economic growth and poverty. Our collective future depends on it. Our collective future also depends on the Presidency delivering on its social transformation mandate. The NDP includes a target of reducing the proportion of persons living below the lower bound poverty line to 0 by 2030. In April 2022, the lower bound poverty line was 940 rand per person per month. With inflation, it's probably 1,000 per person per month. Under ideal circumstances, South Africa will not eliminate or meaningfully reduce its unemployment crisis over the next 15 years. While we battle endless unemployment, we have to stop talking about a basic income grant and implement it.
Thank you very much.
It can be done, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Mhlonishwa Mbele, ixesha ngelakho.
Ngiyabonga Salenga phambili. Mongameli, it is now over 5 years since you assumed office, an occasion which was heralded as marking a sharp break from the lost decade of the Zuma years. But what you promised was meant to be a new dawn has instead turned out to be a dim dusk. Many were hopeful for the much needed changes that they expected you would usher in. And indeed, they were willing to be patient because they understood the extent and severity of the challenges at hand and the difficult political factors and dynamics you had to take into account. It was said that you were having to be careful and cautious about how you went about fixing what was wrong in government because you were in a precarious position within the governing party, having won the ANC presidency in 2017 with a razor-thin margin and needing to work with a party executive that was evenly split between your supporters and detractors. And yet, after having been re-elected in a more secure position as ANC president in December last year, we are yet to see this bold, confident, and decisive leadership that such a change was meant to supposedly enable. The latest demonstration of this weak leadership was the appointment of a minister of electricity in the presidency, because rather than taking the politically risky action of firing and replacing Minister Mantashe for his obstructivism with energy sector reform, you opted to bypass that responsibility by creating yet another ministry to which you transferred some responsibility for improving power generation capacity. In fact, by looking at several other examples, one could easily define
Mhlonishwa Mbele, akuhlale kancane. Mhlonishwa Tseki, why are you rising?
Can we request the speaker on the platform to speak proper English? We want to hear.
No, no. Honorable member, those are frivolous points of orders that I'm not going to allow. Please proceed, honorable member.
Ngiyabonga, Sihlalo. In fact, by looking at several other examples, one could easily define your presidency as being one of always transferring responsibility and passing the buck. The recent cabinet reshuffle and additional ministerial appointments have continued the established trend of an ever-growing super presidency, whose inflation seems set to rival that of food and fuel inflation that is driving the cost of living crisis for households across the country, and whose ballooning reflects the bloated bureaucracy of millionaire managers in public administration, as well as the VIP protection resourcing that is apparently exempt from the cost containment measures that the rest of governments is experiencing through budget baseline reductions, and which, to borrow a well-known phrase, keeps you and your close compatriots secure in comfort. This is all the results of an ANC in government that runs on cadre deployment and cronyism, wherein the cabinet simply amounts to a cumbersome basket of patronage for accommodating and balancing ANC factions and power players. The new dawn of 2018 was supposed to start a crackdown on corruption and crime, yet the dim dusk of 2023 shows stagnation on the part of investigative and prosecution authorities in relation to state capture and COVID corruption. And recent crime stats this week show violence and violations perpetrated against the most vulnerable in communities is ever on the rise. The new dawn of 2018 was seen to be the first glimmer of hope for a turnaround in our public education system so that vulnerable children in the most disadvantaged communities could have a better chance at future livelihoods. And yet, the dim dusk of 2023 has more than 80% of grade 4 learners unable to read for meaning. That is when they're able to avoid falling into predatory toilets. And finally, that new dawn of 2018, which was expected to be the beginning of the end of Eskom's failures, has instead, in this dim dusk of 2023, become a full-blown load shedding crisis with the worst blackouts ever experienced in South Africa. Over the past 5 years, we've been told promises, plans, and supposed progress. Yet all we've really got from you, Mr. President, is pussyfooting on reform, Palapala, and in a few months, the Putin red carpets. And on the latter points, I must say that your earlier remarks about so-called non-alignment concerning the Russian invasion of the Ukraine was like listening to Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain in 1936, boasting about his appeasement policy towards Hitler's invasion of then Czechoslovakia. And frankly, it was nothing short of shameful. Fortunately, in 2024, it will be the prime opportunity for the people to take back their power at the polls by supporting the Moonshot Pacts and send the ANC packing.
Thank you. Thank you, order, honorable members. We proceed and now recognize the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Menkadimeng. Order.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, Your Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, Your Excellency Deputy President Paul Mashatile, honorable members, fellow cabinet members, South Africans. Let me appreciate this opportunity to participate in today's debate on the budget of the President. Allow me to recognize that on this day, it marks the end of our Africa Month and ushering our Youth Month. At the heart of our approach, which is championed by the President, is to find systematic solutions to address challenges which are facing our communities through the citizens' instrument, such as the district development model. We must together live by the ethos, local government is everybody's business. Our inputs as COGTA is premised on building, joining the government, a capable, ethical, and a developmental state, which is anchored on the capabilities and the implementation of local government that is underpinned by cooperative governance, a functional and an integrated government. Building municipalities that are resilient, sustainable, durable infrastructure cannot go without the recognition of the current crisis that is unfolding in a municipal sphere in Hammanskraal. To others, DDM is something that needs to be kicked outside the window, except in the time of a crisis. Please, let's cooperate one another. Where is the Minister of Department of Water and Sanitation? We've got a crisis that the city can't manage. DDM is only called upon when it's in a time of crisis. But we emphasize the point that it is a day-to-day operation and functioning of government. It will create episodes like we are running now in the city of Tshwane of creating a water resilient action plan, which will form the foundation of the bulk water supply and wastewater treatment plant infrastructure, rehabilitation, coupled with its own energy efficiency interventions to ensure that the water recirculation systems are stronger and resilient to forever be able to supply the people of the city of Tshwane. I knew. So working with social partners, MISA is rolling out a training program for water and wastewater process controllers in Tshwane, which is aimed at capacitating municipal officials in low and middle capacity municipalities. Where the DA leads, we are the best. Where the DA leads, we are blonde. We took the DDM into Cape Winelands, and the people of the townships explained to us their living conditions in the Western Cape. They told us in Kayamandi how difficult it is for them to be able to live. They reminded us exactly in the Cape One Lands what it is to live under a DA-led government. But today, we also want to demonstrate to you, no, don't worry. We also want to demonstrate to you today that we will also take you for peer review to Sengu Municipality, Winnie Mandela, Hantam in the Northern Cape, to ensure that you also learn on how to run a wastewater treatment plant. The approach towards the local building capacity will evolve creation. And as a cocktail, we are able to place young graduates now in municipalities to even work for the exposure and introduction to local government. In stabilizing our coalitions, Honorable Chairperson, Cogta National Treasury will also work with SALGA, and evident to our 2021 local government elections is the fact that democracy is giving practical expressions of multi-party governance. But there's no worry about next year. They are busy unpacking your moonshot at the municipalities. You quickly stood up and signed that Nelson Mandela Bay out. Signed that Guruleni out. Who's next? But what we are trying to assist you now is to ensure that we will be putting legislative framework to deal with the coalitions, institutionalize the IGR framework, ensure that the adopted
Honorable Nkajimeng,
are done.
Minister, I'm sorry, can you please take your seat? Leader of the opposition, you are so close and you are busy with your recurring commentary. We don't expect that from you. That's not heckling, that's a commentary. Please. And you are just disturbing the member that is speaking here. No, don't talk back to me. I have rule 69C that says you mustn't do that. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. We will further introduce a 1% threshold for representation in municipal council to ensure, no, we can even make it 5. It's not even an issue. The issue here is about correct representation of what makes councils and the bodies that will need to be able to sit in council. To those who think 2024 is anything, it is an election. Hola mola hos. We are going to meet you toe to toe and we are going to come out winners. Fiscal infrastructure and development. The department is implementing fiscal reforms that have previously been introduced through our Division of Revenue Act by leveraging conditional grants allocation, for example, in the municipal infrastructure grants, to scale up financing of infrastructure development. Issues related to procurement have already been identified and acted upon to ensure that there's an increase in the prioritization and the implementation of all projects which are under MIC and are able to be said. And to meet the demand by the country, the department will continue to ensure the sufficient, efficient management of key grants. Municipal infrastructure grant, 217 municipalities implement such, and an underperforming will have only been recorded, and a utilization of 5% set aside for the enhancement of projects to ensure the management skills, which will include scoping, expenditure tackling. And we take this opportunity to commend an increase from the past financial year of 116 municipalities who have currently spent 90% of their cumulative allocations. Divisions of the Revenue Act also in line with Schedule 6B. This essentially means that we no longer wait for perennial underspending of municipalities, which results in the monies taken back to the National Treasury. We'll instead proactively develop a plan implemented by MISA to ensure that our working partners and we also deliver the services. Linked to this, we are now establishing a new strategy in the department in the form of the Result Management Office with the aim to bring project and program implementation capabilities to ensure that DDM is even strengthening more further. Integrated Urban Development Grant, which is our IDG, is also
implemented to provide public infrastructure in all poor and secondary cities in our country. And this includes Steve Tshwete, Mogale City, Reinkonyeni, Umhlatuze, Stellenbosch, Drakenstein, and with the 2023-24 financial year, we'll be adding George into the IUG area. Our collective oversight and accountability, our call all spheres, can then be able to bear the desired outcome of DDM. Honorable President, the department heeded the call of the presidential employment stimulus package with 2 key projects of labor-intensive construction methods by municipalities. And we would want, through one of our programs now, to roll out labor-intensive road management systems in all the programs. The department has identified 23 municipalities, and I will list them later on as a pilot for this program, with an intention to ensure that in the outer years, we roll out to all the municipalities. Again, we utilize this process to introduce our innovative waste management programs, and currently 45 municipalities across the country are at the pilot stage. We're doing this to ensure that we do waste generation, waste collection, sorting, segregation, and disposal in trying to clear our areas and clean our areas. 154 SMMEs currently are benefiting, and we will be rolling out into all the other areas. The realities of climate change and the need for us to be climate smart and well-resilient infrastructure also need us to adopt a program of action which provides for contingency planning, grant funding, response and recovery that is timeless and is response based on what our people and where are they planning. Currently, in Khoisan and the traditional leadership house, we have compiled an invest master rural plan as a development niche into the traditional leadership. And we have also rolled out to ensure that traditional leaders through the National School of Government are also capacitated to be able to roll out infrastructure in their areas. And we are piloting this in the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and all the members of the House have benefited from this training, and the department will ensure that it gets to be rolled out in the other provinces. We will equally assist the Western Cape as it must get itself to roll out the Kaisan leadership in the Western Cape province. Akuna machance. Furthermore, we are working closely with MISA and municipalities and the Department of Traditional Affairs, which will implement the infrastructural development projects to benefit traditional leaders and thus improving service delivery. Notwithstanding the challenges we have in municipalities, there are significant strides that have been made to ensure service delivery to our people. So going forward, we need municipalities that function in the interest of our communities and leave no one behind. All we need to join in is to say local government is everybody's business. Honorable On stays and I stay at 82 General Fairview Street in Polokwane Municipality. If you would want the Auditor General, if he's looking for me, there's my address. Forward it to her. She will find me so fast. Thank you very much. Thank you. We now proceed and invite the Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Let me start off by thanking government on its decision on the adoption of the motion on Palestine, and very importantly on the neutral stance that you have taken on Russia. Rather support Russia, which has a 29% to GDP debt ratio, rather than a dying horse like the United States of America, which is 129% debt to GDP with $31 trillion in debt. And of course, I hope at some stage the new World Health Organization will be created so they will not manipulate the health sector worldwide. Now, having said that, Chairperson or Speaker and the President, very importantly, freedom cannot be enjoyed in South Africa if we do not deal with the issue of justice. But there can be no justice if we do not deal with the issue of land restitution and not forgetting the koi and sand. Many people today are homeless in South Africa and it's on the rise. And that is why, President, I said we should actually, every local government should identify the people in those areas and subdivide the land that's available and distribute land to them today with their title deeds. They can always deal later on with the services that needs to be provided them. Very importantly, the economy, 10% of the population of South Africa continue to own 80% of the economy. And really, we cannot talk about freedom, particularly from an economic perspective, unless we deal with them. On the issue of crime, President, I want to say, I think we've all got it wrong. We can put more and more police officers, but we need to get to the root causes of crime. What are the root causes? The dysfunctional families, the socio-economic conditions under which they live. And I think what needs to happen is we need to identify children coming from dysfunctional families from a grassroots school level. So let's put in safety ambassadors to work with social workers. When basic education says they have social workers, it's not true. It's not a true reflection. They have one for an entire district. They cannot cope with that. Education, President, is weak in South Africa. I can tell you it's not even the 30% pass mark we are talking about. Go down and investigate it, you'll find it's lying at about 20%. That's how bad it is. Police officers, I want to say again, one of the riskiest jobs, and yes, thank you very much, President, for your intervention, that for the first time in 31 years, they've got an increase. And from 13 Rand a day, they now get 23 Rand a day danger allowance. It needs to increase. You need to provide housing. They cannot be living in shacks and informal settlements. In fact, maybe we should, like the previous government did, maybe what we should do is make sure that they are tax-free. But very importantly, last thing, I'm running out of time, is the issue of corruption at local government. President, we need to block that. Please leave a legacy behind by dealing with the corruption at them. They are supposed to advertise this on Treasury websites. Municipalities are not doing it. South Africa loses.
Thank you, Honorable
30%,
Member.
and
Your time is up.
goods and services overpricing. Thank you very much. The NFP supports the budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you. May we now invite the Honorable Deputy Minister in the Presidency, Mamtau.
Honorable House Chair, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, the Deputy President, Honorable Paul Mashatile, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, the Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honorable Members, fellow South Africans. Our grandparents met in Kliptown in June 1955 to adopt the Freedom Charter as a policy document for the liberation of the majority of our people. Their cause was informed by one basic principle, which is enshrined in our Constitution today, a right to human dignity. The Freedom Charter declared, I quote, "The doors of learning and culture shall be open," close quote. To ensure free education, access to higher education, ending adult illiteracy, promoting culture, and ending cultural color bans is addressed. Equally, the uprising of the youth of 1976 in protest to Bantu education was one of the initiatives to ensure that the commitment made in Kliptown in relation to education and skills is realized. June 2023 will be marking 68 years of the adoption of the Freedom Charter and 47 years of the student uprising. The ANC is proud to have implemented programs that addresses the evil system of apartheid for attainment of human dignity. Our commitment was further demonstrated by our 2019 election manifesto, where we committed ourselves to undertake the skills revolution. To deliver on our manifesto, we undertook one on skills and education. The ECD function was migrated to the Department of Education to ensure an appropriate legislative alignment and mandate, Both Department of Social Development and Basic Education are working together for the amendment of Children's Act, and we are developing a new coordinated and funded mixed ECDs model to ensure enhanced service delivery. About 88% of our education system is biased towards the academic stream due to design of the apartheid system. In the last 5 years, we paid more attention towards ending to the myth that vocational education is for the learners who are academically weaker. We have exposed youth to vocational education to be job creators as opposed to job seekers. To date, the Department of Basic Education has piloted the 3-stream
Honorable
curriculum model.
Just take your seat, please. Why are you rising, Honorable Faber?
Honorable Chairperson, I just want to know if it's parliamentary for the member of the ANC at the back taking videos of the
Honorable member, please take your seat. Honorable members, I always say, let's not disturb the people on the podium that are speaking. You know very well that is not allowed, but can you prove that there is a video being taken? That's where I go. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, House Chair. The Department of Basic Education has piloted the 3-stream curriculum model in 277 schools in 2022 and extended to 1,000 schools in 2023. We have also witnessed a lot of progress in relation to the SAFE initiative. The Minister of Basic Education has indicated that in 2008, there were 3,898 schools on a SAFE initiative, and the assessment and rationalization has decreased to 3,395 schools. It is great to indicate that by the end of 2022-2023, the construction of sanitation projects were completed in 2,722 schools, and the remaining 673 projects will be completed in the current financial year. On economic development and support, House Chairperson, our 2019 manifesto also prioritized investing in economy for inclusive growth. To this effect, the government has highlighted the importance of addressing investment, reducing red tape, and SMME support. During the 2023 State of the Nation address, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa indicated that, I quote, "Government will be implementing measures to reduce red tape in priority areas," close quote. A lot of progress has been made in this regard. The President has appointed Mr. Siponkosi to lead a team in the presidency with the sole purpose of cutting the red tape across all spheres of government. This will not only create jobs and stimulate economic growth, but will also ensure stability and sustainability of SMMEs.
At that point, I want to thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister.
House Chair, I therefore support the budget vote #1 of the President.
Thank you.
Coordinator Abacha.
The Honorable Jafta, you have been, yes, you are allowed to speak from the virtual platform.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This budget vote must traverse the President's obligation to provide sound and innovative leadership in the electricity sector, so as to live to the government's constitutional obligation of providing reliable electricity to our people. Honorable Chair, this is the most immediate challenge confronting our nation. The effects of poor leadership at the top level in managing and devising solutions to our electricity crisis has resulted in many unacceptable events like unavoidable deaths, as has happened in Cape Town, lack of investor confidence in our economy, capital flight, increased criminal activities, and reduced small and medium-sized enterprises production output. The office of the presidency is partly to blame for the state of our electricity crisis. While the president talks about a just transition and climate change, the devastating impact of load shedding will likely be a force driver in leading our people to resort to other traditional methods of producing power. The cost to the environment and its ecology will be massive. Honorable Chair, we note with grave concern the lack of coherence in managing the electricity crisis, including the allocation of duplicate written duties to the new Minister of Electricity. The Minister of Mineral Resources has been given a free rein. For example, it has taken years to sanction embedded electricity. While it is the role of government's department to implement policies, it is the role of the president to provide sound leadership in the country, including assessing the performance of government departments. We also note with disbelief the flickering around renewables. This is not the time to cling to our ideological strictures. The president's SOE Council has to be engaged in reforming the structure and managing of ESCOM. The president has to lead from the front. We have made suggestions about ESCOM, including partially listing it at the JSE. We know that ESCOM has largely been left to fail because its failure benefits patronage politics, the so-called neo-patrimony. We nonetheless, Honorable Chairperson, support this budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you. May I now invite the Honorable Morolong, the Deputy Minister in the Presidency. Thank you.
Ke go leboge modulasetulo wa ntlo e kgethegileng. A ke go leboge modulasetulo wa ntlo e kgethegileng. President of the people of South Africa, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa. Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Paul Mashatile. Honorable ministers and deputy ministers, honorable members. Earlier this year, President Ramaphosa, accounting on the state of the nation here in the Democratic Assembly of our People's Representative, emphasized our resolve that we can and we will change the circumstances in which we find ourselves today. We are both able and determined to overcome these difficulties and place our economy on a fat path to recovery. His Excellency the President made these remarks, appreciating the fact that the South African economy is in dire straits due to a number of factors both within and beyond our national borders. Our slow pace of pre-pandemic growth was exacerbated by the spread of COVID-19, propelling our government to find a balance between saving lives and saving livelihoods. At the very outset, we need to underscore a very salient point that all the efforts to rally our march to improve the conditions of our people in all facets of their life doesn't happen within market conditions of our own choosing. For a long period of time, our economic growth has lagged behind our forecast. Our fiscal space contracted, militating against our ability to respond to the stubborn triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. Even against these unfavorable conditions, our president is involved in a concerted effort to rally the whole of society to appreciate the urgent task to resolve our common socio-economic challenges of our day. Honorable members, the presidency as a strategic center of our democratic government is poised to support the president in his national effort to surmount these tough economic conditions against which our state and people contend. For its part, the presidency maintains a strong line of sight to priority one, which seeks to transform our economy and create jobs. To this end, the presidential youth employment intervention was elaborated primarily to ensure the youth of our country are engaged in meaningful social and or economic activities. A total of 1.4 million young people enter the job market, with many of them not transitioning from learning to earning. In this regard, the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention elaborated a national pathways management network necessary to respond to the challenges of the transition from learning to earning, which we earlier referred. House Chair, in addition to NPMN, the National Youth Employment Intervention maintains a focus on demand-led skilling, enable local ecosystems to facilitate self-employment and entrepreneurial activities, and the revitalization of the National Youth Service. All of these efforts are coordinated from the Presidency as a strategic center of government in order to leave no one behind and to ensure that whatever constraints, setbacks, and naysayings, we who took an oath of office to serve, work even harder to fundamentally alter the circumstances under which our people live. Phase 1 and 2 of the presidential employment stimulus reached just over 1 million beneficiaries against a target of just over 1.2 million beneficiaries, 82% of which were women and 83% of which were youth, 63% of which were women. These targets were achieved due to a strong coordination effort from the Presidency galvanizing society to build partnership within and beyond the state. Honorable members, we should and must continue to serve our people in spite of the obstacles this country faces, because unlike some amongst us who have arrogated to themselves the egocentric role of armchair critics, we have a deeper appreciation of the duty of national service. Mr. Steenhuisen, your rents means nothing to the ordinary black person in Hammanskraal who has been subjected to the most inhuman condition that even your dogs are not subjected to. We warned you about skewed service delivery, which is meant to serve the white and the privileged. Your party has no respect for black leaders. Its consistent attack on every president who has occupied this office is sweep voting at its best. It is an indicative barometer of your disdain for black leadership and black people in general. President, we draw strength from our predecessors who never gave up when the road to freedom was characterized by setbacks and sometimes failure. They taught us that building national cohesion is a burdensome task of every quintessential patriot, a task which must be attained at all costs. We carry this valuable lesson each time we walk in and out of this.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. I don't have an indication from COPE. Next speaker is the Honorable Gaba.
Honorable House Chair, Your Excellency, the President, Your Excellency, the Deputy President, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. In his State of the Nation address this year, President Ramaphosa indicated that we are not presenting new plans, nor are we outlining the full program of government. Rather, we are concentrating on those issues that concern South Africans the most. These issues, among other things, include the fight against crime and corruption. The President went further to say that there are no easy solutions to any of these challenges. The fight against crime, as outlined by the President, is consistent with the commitment made by the ANC in its 2019 election manifesto, that the ANC-led government will strengthen resourcing, joint planning, and budgeting across the criminal justice system, including strengthening capacity in areas of investigations and prosecutions. On corruption, we said in our manifesto that the ANC-led government will comprehensively fight corruption, combining both prevention and punishment. When we made these commitments, little did we know that our country and the world would face a pandemic that will take many lives. Deeply moved by the effects of the pandemic on lives and livelihood, our government reprioritize the budget allocation to fight the scourge, which meant that funds had to be shifted from most programs and directed to measures to combat the pandemic. Mr. President, you led the fight and saved many lives and jobs. Sorry. While our country was emerging from the pandemic and reconstructing its economy, we were faced with the situation of July 2021 unrest. This unrest again forced the government to reprioritize its budget allocation. The July unrest has disrupted our economy and cost our country a lot of billions of rands. We saw jobs went up in smoke. If there's anything that our country regrets, it is this incident. Our country was not yet spared as we faced the devastating floods that affected the areas of KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, and parts of Northwest. This natural disaster forced the government to avail funds to address the immediate challenges of these unfortunate incidents. Honorable House Chair, we are making reference to this unforeseen pandemic, unrest, and disaster to make a point that our government had to redirect all available resources. Despite all these challenges, our government has registered noticeable milestones in line with the commitment made in our manifesto. The ANC-led government under you, Mr. President, prioritized the fight against corruption as it denies our country the necessary resources for socio-economic development. Corruption wanes the trust and confidence of the people in our government, and therefore it had to be fought head-on. In this regard, the President appointed a number of commissions of inquiry to deal with corruption wherever it reared its ugly head. These include the work of the Zondo Commission on the State Capture, the Commission of Inquiry of SARS, and the Commission of Inquiry into PIC. These commissions have concluded their work, and government and state institutions are at work to implement the recommendations of these commissions. These commissions have complemented the work of the Special Investigating Unit. The President has presented to this House a government plan to implement the recommendations of the Zondo Commission. For instance, as a result of the Zondo Commission, all provinces now have dedicated specialized commercial crime courts to deal with crimes related to corruption and other related commercial crimes. Our fight against corruption is not only in words, but also in action. The leader of the opposition wants South Africans to believe that these things never happen. He calls them broken promises. During COVID-19, there was unlawful and improper conduct relating to the misuse of COVID funds. Our government established a fusion center to nip corruption in the bud promptly. Our government also requested the Auditor General to undertake a real-time audit on any malfeasance relating to state procurement during the COVID period. As a result of these initiatives by the government, over 456 referrals to accounting officer for disciplinary action were undertaken. 63 officials were found guilty, 5 officials were dismissed, and senior politicians lost office. These agencies have prevented the loss of and assisted in recovering billions of rands that would otherwise have been lost to the state. The work of the Commission on SARS has, among other things, seen SARS collecting over 4.8 billion rand as per the recommendations of the Commission. Our government has also acted on the recommendation of the expert panel into the July 21 unrest by filling vacancies at the State Security Agency, the SAPS, as well as strengthening the capacity to better coordinate the work of law enforcement agencies. We also commend Parliament for its role in the process of implementing the Inspector General of Intelligence. His appointment would strengthen the intelligence community in line with the recommendations of the Mufamadi report. We are highlighting these milestones, Honorable House Chair, not to beat our own drums, but rather to indicate to our people that we mean what we say. As we look forward to 30 years of democracy in 2024, Honorable President, you have outlined the priorities for the JCPS cluster in this financial year. You have directed that the Department of Home Affairs will further appoint a cohort of 10,000 unemployed young people to digitize more than 340 million paper-based civic records. Home Affairs has strengthened border management to address the challenges of border crimes. You directed, Honorable President, such significant funding would be made available in the budget for the police, the NPA, and the Special Investigating Unit. These agencies have been beefed up with resources, skilled and professional individuals. Further, the government works to capacitate the Witness Protection Unit and review the Protection Disclosure Act and Witness Protection Act to strengthen protection for whistleblowers. Also to strengthen the investigative capability of state, the investigative directorate to result within the NPA is being established. Indeed, true to your words, the overall budget for peace and security is 227 billion rand and will increase at an average of 2.8% over the medium term. As a cluster, we have for many years raised concern regarding the decline of the budget allocations to the JCPS cluster. We are encouraged that the government has heeded our concern, and we hope the increased budget allocation will further add to the strengthening of our fight against crime and corruption, improve safety of our people, and the defense force capabilities. We are encouraged that our government has ensured that it strengthened the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. We are fully aware that at the core of addressing GBV and femicide includes the economic empowerment of women. We will play our oversight role to ensure that resources put in place for economic empowerment of women across the state are implemented. Our government has ensured that people have access to justice. The legal aid continues to assist our people with access to justice. The fight against crime and corruption requires our collective effort as a society. Many of our communities have established police stations. That was not the case before 1994. We have established the community policing forums, and they continue to play a critical role in fighting crime and ensuring the safety of our communities. Our people should join hands with the law enforcement agencies to fight crime and end corruption. Our freedom has never been free, and therefore we should jealously guard and protect our democratic gains.
Honorable
This House, Chair.
Honorable, there's a point of order. Could you please take your seat? Thank you. What's a point of order, Honorable Member?
Chair, the Honorable Faber is making it impossible for the Honorable Faber to speak because he's constantly shouting at him. It's not the heckling which is parliamentary and known, it is a loud shouting. And I would ask the Honorable Chairperson to pause, to stop that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The previous chairperson dealt with that situation. I hope members will take it into consideration.
Honorable Chair, I'm now sending him out. Chair was actually saying our freedom has never been free, and therefore should jealously guard and protect our democratic gains. The ANC supports the vote.
Thank you very much, Honorable Klaba. Honorable Johnson.
Oh, Libon Officer. President, before I say anything, let me extend an invitation to you. Apha eSouth Africa kukwindawo yokuthiwa kukwacendana. Zange kwaya state president since 1994. I invite you to go there. Please leave Gungubele when you go there. You will see poverty personified. State sendlela sawukothusa. Honorable Chair, the state president represents not only his political party in office, but all other components that make up the state. This includes the National Assembly, the judiciary, and the government. Above and beyond this, the state president stands for all citizens and is embodiment of their wishes and aspirations, their fears and anxieties, and their secure place in world affairs. As Pan-Africanist Liberation Movement, the PAC primarily urges the president to make the call for peace and development in the continent. The silencing of guns in pockets of Africa should be addressed, and the powers that be should ensure that armed conflicts come to an end. Peace and security are non-negotiable. Making tangible contributions to this end is a good way to do. The notion that these geopolitical conflicts are proxy wars is very worrying. The challenge of displaced people seeking asylum and refugee status in our part of Africa is too much to handle. The interference of superpowers in Africa, in African regions with entrenched interests such as regime change is not acceptable. Africa must resolve its own problems. Mongamel, the reputation of these hostile superpowers includes wars of aggression in Greater Europe itself. The silencing of girls will also extend to these areas as well. It is highly offensive to experience unsolicited advice and directions from the Western powers when they are not capable to make peace among themselves with their geopolitical opponents. Universal peace in the world is something that we all look up to. The bullies must know that. The PAC supports the state president to provide a conducive climate for peaceful resolution of conflicts in their various regions of the African continent. We further support the stance of positive neutrality in Ukraine and Russian Federation and urge the state to advocate for peace in that conflict. PAC supports this budget.
Thank you very much, Honorable Johnson. The Honorable Judge is invited to the podium.
Thank you, House Chair. The Honorable President, the real Commander-in-Chief of the Republic of South Africa, the Deputy President, honorable members. The Presidency as a strategic center of policy planning, coordination and oversight, mobilization and support of the 5-year plan, as encapsulated in the medium-term strategic framework, is pivotal for the social, economic and political transformation of our nation. Vote 1 of the President should be understood within the functions of the Presidency, which has specific key ministries. In its 55th National Conference, the ANC has placed emphasis on the importance of planning, monitoring and evaluation, and the Presidency has a strategic role in this regard in order to realize the intended socio-economic impact. Various reports from the Chapter 9 institutions such as the AG and the Public Service Commission have highlighted the weaknesses of planning as a key hindrance to effective implementation of programs, resulting in underspending and sometimes low quality expenditure. Through the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation in the Presidency, coordination of planning is undertaken to ensure a nexus of policy, planning, and budgeting. We need to continually ascertain these nexus, particularly on the 7 priorities of the 6th administration, the MTSF, targets, and the National Development Plan. Priorities without sufficient resourcing are not a priority. Your Excellency, this is an area we have identified as a weakness in our oversight function. Strengthening this aspect will help enable us to ascertain whether the 7 priorities and their MTSF targets are being sufficiently implemented for impact.
And Honorable Chair, the financial year 2023-2024 is the last year of the MTSF. It is critical that when we debate vote one of the presidency, we assess the progress made since 2019. What we should not do is to be a historical of the context of the past 4 years. Firstly, as it would have been covered by Honorable Taba and others, we should recognize the impact of the global coronavirus pandemic. Secondly, our country was confronted with mayhem.
Honorable Janji, could you please take a seat? There's a point of order. What's the point of order, Honorable?
Thanks very much, Chair.
Kalepe?
Can a member in the podium can take a question about the bribe in the PP?
Yes.
600,000 bribe.
Thank
about
you,
the
Honorable
public
Member.
protector as the chair of
Okay.
194
Thank you,
committee.
thank you, Honorable Kalepe. Honorable Janji, are you prepared to take a question?
I'm very focused. Let me continue, Chair.
Thank you very
But
much.
secondly, our country was confronted with the mayhem of destruction, property.
Honorable
was-
Janji, could you please take a seat again? Honorable Shivambu, what's your point of order?
Who can't be addressed by a person who goes around demanding bribes to chair
Honorable Shivambu, that is not a point of order.
They'll be accountable.
Honorable Shivambu, please take your seat. That is not a point of order. I recognize the Honorable, the Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC. What's your point of order, Honorable Member?
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. I think as this August House, we cannot discuss allegations or rumors that are not substantiated. So can we allow the necessary processes to take place? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
What happened to innocent until proven guilty?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, it's really not necessary to disturb the flow of the debate. Can we be considerate? Honorable Mente, what's your point of order? I've noted you, Honorable
Thank you. The
Minister.
deputy chief whip cannot say it's unsubstantiated. There's a police case. There
Honorable,
is an ongoing investigation criminally. We cannot sit here and act like there are no criminal cases against the person who has taken a photo.
Honorable Mente, thank you very much.
Point of order, Chair.
The honorable member on the platform is allowed to continue with the debate. Honorable members, I will not entertain this debate between members.
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable Hadebe, I said I will not allow a debate on this matter. Shall we
It's not
please continue with the debate?
It's a point of order, Chair. It's not a debate.
Honorable Hadebe, if you are going to address this matter that I'm talking about, I'm going to stop you. What is your point of
Chairperson,
order?
I'm rising on Rule 85. Honorable Shavamba has said that Honorable Janji has taken bribes. So he must withdraw that statement because it must come to a substantive
Honorable-
motion. So the issue of withdrawal is critical, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Hadebe. Honorable Hadebe, I have made a ruling on this matter. Shall we continue with the debate? I have noted what you have said, but shall we continue with the debate? Honorable Janji, could you please take the podium again?
Thank you, Chair. Thirdly, the world is confronted with sluggish economic growth and increasing cost of living as interest rates are continually increased to contain the increasing inflation rate, which is deepened by the continued Russia-Ukraine conflict. And lastly, the electricity crisis and high fuel cost is a major threat for economic growth and implementation of the reconstruction and development plan. This context is critical to appreciate the complexities of the presidency that it has to navigate in order to address the problems of unemployment, poverty, and inequality.
Despite these challenges, significant progress has been recorded in creating a better life for all. We'll take you through some few of those. For example, on priority 1, a capable and ethical developmental state, we welcome efforts of the implementation of the professionalization framework as a key aspect of building a state capability as it fortifies governance standards. The National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council facilitated stakeholder engagements. The district development model is being implemented. Programs to institutionalize professional code of ethics in public administration was successfully incorporated into the National School of Government's Programs Induction Program. The president has signed multiple SIU proclamations and a special tribunal has been established to recoup funds acquired through corrupt means. On priority 2, special economic zones program have attracted over 253 investors. And phase 1 is already implemented in terms of the revitalization of the industrial parks. On priority 3, education, health and skills, migration of early childhood development, as would have been raised here, has been affected. South Africa is on a positive trajectory in terms of your bachelor passes. Building blocks of the NHI system are already in place. We await to adopt the bill in this house. On priority 4, which is about consolidating the social wage through reliable and quality basic services, I would not go to many of them. 2.2 million indigent households receiving basic water services, 1.8 million receive basic electricity. Priority 5, special integration, human settlements and local government. There's been increased investments in priority development areas in this regard. And the priority 6, on police visibility. A survey has indicated quite clearly that 72% of respondents indicated that there's either a police officer or a vehicle patrolling in communities. On combating corruption, special crimes courts that have been established, fostering constitutional values, we have adopted the hate speech and crimes bill in this house a few weeks ago. I will leave the last one to Honorable Naledi on the Better Africa and the World. To enhance oversight over the presidency on execution of its mandate, of ensuring that the president can execute his constitutional responsibilities in leading and galvanizing government and society to implement the electoral mandate, the Parliament's Rules Committee has established a portfolio committee focusing on ministry in the presidency on planning, monitoring and evaluation. And this will ensure a focused and heightened oversight approach, inclusive of the multiple oversight mechanisms Parliament that will have over the presidency. And we've already having the first meeting, and we are very clear that we are going to lead as the ANC on a robust and effective oversight. Others will follow. Now that you have just done that, Honorable Stan Eisen has raised 3 issues here. He's raised a critical issue of cold, hard truths, where the DA governs, and 73% of their budget to the poor. I just want to reflect on what the ANC has picked up. I speak as a citizen of this city, of Cape Town. And I stay in Durbanville, where I used to work as a garden boy, my mother being a domestic worker. And our home is in Khayelitsha. So I travel between Durbanville and Khayelitsha in 20 minutes. And in 20 minutes, I come across 2 types of services in one city. Let me just give you one example first. Currently, some informal settlements are forced to a situation of up to 53 families sharing a toilet on a 200-meter distance. You know what that does? It's dangerous for women and children. So at night, 53 toilets, 200-meter distance. So when Honorable Cyril receives crime stats, the city of Cape Town produces that crime in terms of what it does. So don't make noise. Don't make noise. Let me continue.
Order, honorable members.
Today, the city of Cape Town was unveiling its budget, because I want to speak to this 73% poor. In its budget, it presented to the citizens 181 million in capital expenditure to Sub-Council 6, which includes Paro and Belvoir. 181 million. Compare that with Sub-Council 9, which includes Kailicha and Mfuleni. They have allocated 56 million. In fact, 63 million. So basically, if their criteria is need, they say the need is in Belvoir and Paro, not in Mfuleni and Kailicha. Now, we're not talking theory here. Doesn't end there. It doesn't end there. Sub-Council 7 and 13 as a contrast. Sub-Council 7 and 13. Sub-Council 7 is in Durbanville, where I stay. They've allocated 150 million. Sub-Council 13 is Philippi, Nyanga, Guguletu. They have allocated 56 million. This is this city. This is the budget. This is the contrast, so that we don't speak theory. We speak about the budget that has been adopted. Because I want you to follow me and see whether you can get the 73% poor approach in their budget, poor approach in their budget. This is who they are. The Atlantic Seaboard Sub-Council, which includes where we are, has been allocated 200 million. And yet, areas like Elsis River, Bishop Lavis, where your colored communities are, Bela, only got 50 million. So there's 4 times. So basically the DA is saying the need is not in poor areas, but it doesn't end there. It doesn't end there. Let me just give you a simple example about a cleaning project. A DA ward, Ward 62, which is a DA ward, covers the area for Constantia and Plumstead. And that ward has been given for cleaning 177,000. Another DA ward, not ANC ward, Ward 44, which covers the areas of Heiderveld and Wilmer Estate, colored communities, there is no cleaning budget. This is you. This is how you do things, okay? And perhaps the last point to make, in Kailicha, we have got a beach called Monwabis. They have a project of beach upgrading. They have allocated for 3 years, 46 million for upgrade. And yet the Table View beach front has been allocated 129 million only for 2 years. Talk about 2 types of services within one city. Now, we're not talking theory here.
Thank you, Honorable Johnson.
Because you are going to deal with the poverty in terms of the budget that you allocate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Johnson.
I thank you,
Time
Chair.
is up. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Can I draw your attention to Rule 85? Can I draw your attention to Rule 85, honorable members? It says no member may impute improper motives to any other member or cast personal reflections upon a member's integrity or dignity, or verbally abuse a member in any other way. So my request is that, please, we should be very careful how we couch our interjections and points of order. We need to be sensitive to the flow of the debate of in the House. It's not necessary at times. Shall we then continue? The Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, Chief Buthelezzi's inspirational speech, also praising the President, was marred in an attack on white English-speaking South Africans by the Honorable Groenewald. On the 31st of May, my mom told us kids from her safe house for resistance fighters in District 6 to burn the memorabilia that was handed out in our schools. I did so with my friends, so there's nothing to celebrate today. Apartheid was as bad as colonial and British rule. Honorable House Chair, there was also an attack on Afrikaners by this government with the hate speech bill that the previous speaker is so proud of. We support the position of the ACDP on the hate speech bill. And Honorable President, we ask you, please don't sign that bill. We have a president that does not run. He does not step aside, but he steps in, where his ministers don't make the cut. The latest step in was when he appointed a minister in the presidency to focus on keeping the lights on and the power on. That is why Al-Jamaa supports this budget. Instead of bringing the Minister of Electricity down, and we must say that he gave a very inspirational speech that gave comfort to the nation. Al-Jamaa is also assisting the minister practically to keep the lights on. He in turn is offering village mini grids to villages which has poor electricity supply. Our president steps in. Al-Jamaa also steps in. We have stepped in to help our executive mayor in the city of Johannesburg to embrace the fourth industrial revolution. His first project will be finalized next week as a big corporate is funding it. I hope the president will step in if we need more funding. About 200 service delivery champions in the city of Johannesburg is getting resources. Honorable House Chair, will the president step in to give the special investigating unit upfront funds, capacitate them? You can't expect them to send invoices to be paid. How are they going to do their work? Soon the Minister of Home Affairs will issue a circular updated by Al-Jamaa, and a campaign will start to convert 1 million nikah certificate marriages, which will perform in mosques, for a valid South African marriage certificate, and the consequences being in terms of Sharia matrimonial law in line with the Concord judgment. I appeal to the presidency to embrace this. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hendricks. We now invite the Honorable the Minister in the Presidency, the Honorable Saveni.
Your Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, the Deputy President of the Republic, the Honorable Paul Mashatile, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honorable Members, ladies and gentlemen, the Madekwan. On the 25th May last week, our nation and our continent observed Africa Day as an annual celebration of the best attributes of our continent and as an inspiration for us to move Africa further forward towards the realization of Agenda 2063. The 25th of May also signifies another important anniversary in our country, as this was the date in 2019 on which President Cyril Ramaphosa was inaugurated as the 5th president of a democratic South Africa. In his inauguration speech at the Loftus Versfeld Stadium, the president issued an energizing call to action to our nation. He said, and I quote, "Let us forge a compact for growth and economic opportunity, for productive lands and viable communities, for knowledge, for innovation, and for services that are affordable, accessible, and sustainable," close quote. The president extended this compact to include an efficient, capable, and ethical state that is free from corruption, for companies that generate social value and propel human development, and for elected officials and public servants who faithfully serve no other cause than that of the public. House Chairperson and honorable members, on that Africa Day in 2019, none of us could have imagined the deadly microscopic threat to life and livelihoods that will sweep across the world and our own country within months of our president's inauguration. The COVID-19 pandemic challenges us day by day, life by life, to pull together as a nation and as a continent, and to forge partnerships that would allow us to secure our fiscal existence and support a bettered economy. House Chairperson, Today, we find ourselves still recovering from what was undone by the lingering impact of the pandemic, during which our president played an outstanding role in the African and global arena as a champion for vaccine equity, for vaccine production on home soil, and for various forms of relief of social and economic distress. This reflection is necessary today as this House considers the crucial role of the presidency in the final year of the 6th administration. This is an opportunity for us to reflect on the achievements, challenges, and the significant impact the presidency has made on shaping our nation. The presidency serves as the heartbeat of our government, providing strategic leadership, guidance, and coordination across all spheres of government and society as a whole. It plays a pivotal role in driving the implementation of government policies, ensuring efficient service delivery, and fostering collaboration among various departments and stakeholders. Where required, the presidency intervenes to assist in resolving the challenges.
Honorable Minister, could you please take a seat for a second. I just wanted to remind the Honorable Faber of the earlier request. Please allow us, Honorable Faber. Honorable Minister, we can continue.
Thank you, House Chair. In the past 4 years, the presidency has been at the forefront of the transformative agenda of the 6th administration. It has spearheaded initiatives aimed at fostering social cohesion, promoting economic growth, and addressing the historical imbalances that have plagued our society. Honorable members, today the presidency is tabling a budget of 625.1 million for the 2023-24 financial year. We are not oblivious to the reality that we are tabling this budget at a time when our country is facing many challenges, some of which are a result of shifts and dynamics in geopolitics. Throughout the 6th administration, the presidency has been instrumental in supporting the vision and attainment of targets set by the president to address the challenges, internal and external, facing our nation. Through its work, the presidency sets the direction and tone for the government policies and programs, and it must direct the pace of service delivery in line with the aspirations and the needs of our people. Therefore, the presidency must invest in building the capacity of the state so that government can serve the citizens better and provide adequate social support to vulnerable individuals and communities. The presidency must also mobilize all sectors of society to create conducive conditions for the private sector to grow the economy and create jobs. Internally, the presidency has been refocused and repositioned to become more agile, fit for purpose, efficient, and responsive in fulfilling its role and providing support to the president and the deputy president. As part of supporting the presidency will track progress in implementation of the State of the Nation Address commitments. In this regard, the presidency will also implement a program of action for digital transformation in the public sector, as the adoption of technology will enhance government's ability to deliver services and track performances. On accelerated structural reforms, one of the characteristics of this presidency is that what we say is what we do. And what we say we will do is what gets done. Just yesterday, our Project Management Office and National Treasury gave the latest public update on Operation Vulindlela. We reported progress in the implementation of 35 priority structural reforms, reforms that are shaped by continuous input from stakeholders in different sectors. We reported an increase in the number of completed reforms from 3 to 11, with a further 14 reforms on track for completion by the set target dates. When, as government, we say, let's grow South Africa together, we say so because we understand that to overcome our nation's challenges, we need all hands and brains on deck. This belief is reflected in the presidency's ongoing engagement with different actors in our society, as well as with international partners. For example, since January this year, the president has held separate engagements with CEOs of the logistics and freight industry, the steel manufacturing industry, and businesses in general. The steel industry alone is worth 900 billion rands, covering almost 10,000 businesses and with over 170,000 employees. During these engagements, business has sought partnerships with the government to deal with the challenges confronting this nation. These engagements have been platforms for critique and for collaboration, based on the overwhelming belief and confidence of business leaders in our country and the belief they have in the president and in the future we are building together as South Africans. These engagements have not expressed or created a sense of a sector that has lost confidence in President Ramaphosa, but we do understand outliers will always be with us. As in data science, outliers do not represent the real population characteristics. Honorable members, as part of growing South Africa together, this presidency engages as readily in boardrooms as we do in the streets of our communities. With this in mind, honorable members, you will continue to see the president and the deputy president interact with communities all over the country as they mobilize society, promote nation building, and social cohesion. Vumachero hashu, vudiveya ka ushumisana habatu vote ba South Africa. Uri rifarisane, rihangwelane, rirugise matsiba oituwa onga South Africa lakare, rika South Africa liswa, uri kono upata economy ine mungwe na mungwe mudzulapo wa South Africa, mudzulapo wa Africa Chipembe, adoba na vupfiwa, adoba na vunekaho. As a government that listens to citizens and learns from social partners and communities, we see great value in our face-to-face, no-holds-barred dialogue with citizens under the district development model presidential Izimbis. These gatherings, the 6th of which took place in this province of Western Cape 2 weeks ago, enable engagement between civil society organizations, community leaders, and individual citizens, and the president and leadership from all spheres of government. This citizen-centered governance has fostered trust, promoted accountability, and empowered the people to actively participate in shaping our nation's future. In our fight against corruption, one of the areas in which the private sector is seeking partnership with government is the fight against corruption, and we are in discussion with them on the modalities of such partnerships. The partnerships will add to our oversight work on the implementation of the State Capture Commission Action Plan, the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council Work Plan, and the processing of SIU reports. In this regard, the presidency will continue to submit biannual reports on the progress of the implementations of this report. On infrastructure investment, the presidency will continue to support the initiatives to mobilize both domestic and international investments into South Africa. We must applaud previous investment mobilization efforts that achieved the 1.2 trillion rand target as set by the president. From the first round of the investment mobilization, the country has seen 161 out of 231 projects completed or being under construction. The investment drive is positively changing the lives and livelihoods of thousands of people who enter employment or advance their jobs when new fixed investments are realized in our country. Their income put food on the table, and their consumption of goods and services stimulates and sustains in many sectors, which in turn add to the revenue collected by the South African Revenue Services. As we conclude the term of the 6th administration, the presidency will support the second round of investment mobilization initiatives towards the 2 trillion rand target by 2028. Government is also embarking on a massive infrastructure investment programs in water and sanitation, roads, human settlements, and others. My colleague, the Minister of Transport, recently laid out to this House her department's planned funding of 42.6 billion for the construction, upgrading, and maintenance of national and provincial road networks. In the current financial year, the Department of Water and Sanitation has a budget allocation of 40 billion that will include fast-tracking projects that will, as the minister said, ultimately ensure the realization of constitutional rights to water and a safe environment. The implementation of these projects also contribute to the creation of jobs. Honorable members, on job creation, the devil is in the statistics. Gauteng, Limpopo, and Western Cape recorded the largest employment increases in the first quarter of 2023. The numbers are Gauteng, 80,000, listen to this, Gauteng, 80,000 jobs created, Limpopo, 71,000 jobs created, Western Cape, 62,000 jobs created. Source, Statistics South Africa Quarterly Labor Survey, Labor Force Survey. Is damn statistics. Honorable Steenhuisen, facts remain stubborn things, but statistics are not as pliable as Mark Twain once asserted. One of the biggest challenges we share as South Africans is that of fighting crime in all its forms, from interpersonal violence and asset crimes to economic sabotage, vandalism, extortion at construction sites, among others. The crime statistics released by the Minister of Police yesterday tell us that crime remains a stubborn stain on our society, even as we make efforts from policing to socio-economic interventions to make our country safer. As the presidency coordinates the work of government through cabinet and other interministerial platforms, we are heartened to see more downward shifts in certain crime categories. We welcome the Minister of Police assessment that upscaled visible policing and the disruptive operations from Thursdays to Mondays in all provinces are bearing fruit. Operation Shanela is paying off and should give communities the confidence to work more closely with the police to create and strengthen community structures and to continue to build families and communities that shun crime and bring criminals to account through lawful means. They claim that the DA-run Western Cape has reduced crime rate by 14% remains just that, a claim. The truth is that policing remains a national function. So the success rate you are misappropriating to the DA is actually the success of the ANC-led government under President Ramaphosa. The other time I spoke about importance of post-matric qualification, because we could at least be debating about arguments of a political science master's graduate over the views of an engineer who also holds a PhD in public affairs about electricity grid, but not discussing things that are not learned in high school, because we need to discuss things that are learned at tertiary education. The presidency is in promoting good governance and accountability. The presidency is determined to uphold the principles of transparency, accountability, and the rule of law. We have implemented measures to combat corruption, strengthen the capacity of law enforcement agencies, and promote ethical behavior within the public sector. In promoting ethical behavior in the public service, the Department of Public Service and Administration has introduced lifestyle audits for all officials, including senior management service members, commonly known as SMS members, and people who report to them, as corruption does not know or respect rank. On Palapala matter, I thought the chief whip of the majority party explained the Palapala matter as she opened this debate. In simple terms, A panel recommended to Parliament. B, Parliament on the 13th of December 2022 said, no, you did not do a proper job. We do not accept your recommendations. The report was countered in this house. See, even the court said the process this house followed was valid in rejecting that panel report. So as things stand, we do not know what the Hawks will say. We do not know what the public protector will finally say. We do not know what the Reserve Bank will say. Therefore, there is nothing in existence, no report, no findings that warrant a new Section 89 process. In conclusion, Madam Speaker and honorable members, this budget vote for the final year of the sixth administration gives South Africans the comfort that this is a government in a sprint to finish to the end of this electoral term. We have the experience, the vision, and the energy to see through our mandate to the end, and that is to mobilize all society around our vision of a united, prosperous, and equitable nation. We also have the vision and energy, and we will have the electricity to see ourselves in this house again next year to present the first budget vote of the presidency in the 7th administration. As we embark on this final year of the 6th administration, let us remember the process we have made, the progress we have made, the challenges we have overcome, and the dreams we have yet to fulfill. This is the final year in which we should remind ourselves of what this democracy means in terms of human sacrifices, compromises, and trade-offs that were made to get us to the constitution that remains the envy of the world. As we take a moment to reflect on the journey traveled thus far, let us put our ideological differences aside and remain steadfast in our commitment.
Honorable members, please, there's a lot of noise, please.
My minute.
Please continue, Honorable Minister.
My minute was taken when you were calling
I
for.
understood.
Thank you. As we take a moment to reflect on the journey traveled thus far, let us put our ideological differences aside and remain steadfast in our commitment to build a South Africa that leaves no one behind, a South Africa that upholds the values of democracy and remains a beacon of hope for all of us. There is no better definition of a national task at hand than that set out by President Cyril Ramaphosa at his inauguration on the 25th of May, 2019, when he said, and I quote, and it's nice to quote you when you're listening to me, "It is our shared will and our shared responsibility to build a society that knows neither privilege nor disadvantage. It is a society where those who have much are willing to share with those who have little. It is a society where every person, regardless of race or sex or circumstance, may experience the fundamental necessities of a decent, dignified life. Today, let us declare that such a South Africa is possible," close quote. God bless Africa. Hosi katekisa Africa zonga na kenza ndoni buwa ingo.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. For the Honorable Shivambo, can you just a few seconds? Thank you very much, honorable members. Before the EFF takes the podium, can I share with you the ruling? ICT, could you please neutralize some more? Could you please neutralize some more? Honorable members, the ruling on speaking twice in a debate. Honorable members, House Chairperson Floric received a request from the EFF for Honorable Shivambu to be given another opportunity to speak, using the remaining EFF time, which is about two and a half minutes. I now wish to rule on the matter. I had received advice on the matter that recently a similar request was declined, and certain rules and conventions were cited. Having considered the matter, including conferring with my colleagues, I have determined that the member would be allowed with the following condition: that the matter will urgently serve before the Chief Whip's Forum with a view to it reviewing a position taken in the Fourth Parliament that disallowed a member speaking twice except in circumstances where they were sponsors of an order or of a motion. My view is based on some practices that have developed, for instance, during questions or declaration of votes where members are allowed to speak more than once on the same matter. It's important that we create consistency in this matter. I now recognize the Honorable Shivam.
No, thank you very much, House Chair, and thank you very much, National Chair of the Economic Emancipation.
Order, honorable members.
There is a dictum which majority of you ascribe to by Napoleon Bonaparte that never interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake. But the kind of mistakes that have been made here have got far much bigger implications, not just for the ruling party, but for the entire South Africa. The Minister of Electricity comes here to promise 4,200 megawatts or even 1,500 megawatts within the next 90 days. And as part of that source, he says that we're going to take 1,500 megawatts from Lesotho. There's no hydroelectric power station in Lesotho. Lesotho doesn't have, it will never happen. Now, in terms of the appropriation that we're dealing with now, there is not a single cent allocated for the generation of electricity.
Honorable
In terms of the ESCOM rescue bill, there's a clear conditionality that there must not be an expenditure on the generation of electricity. And if we move with the 19,500, yes.
Honorable Shivambo, would you please take a seat? There's a point of order. Take your seat, honorable member.
Yeah, okay,
Honorable Mashifo. What's your point of order?
The order is that
Honorable members, please, our noise levels are too high. Honorable members.
Chair.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members, your noise levels are too high. Can we give the member a chance to say what he wants to say?
The order I'm making is that the Honorable Shivambo is misleading the House. There is hydraulic power in Lesotho.
Take a seat, Honorable Mashifo. Continue, Honorable Shivambo.
I guess that is the levels of gullibility that gives the minister the advantage to mislead you on the number and amounts of megawatts that can be brought onto the grid. Now, the issue that there's not a single cent that is dedicated for the generation of electricity in South Africa in the current financial year. And already are committing to megawatts, which are not going to happen. The problem is that we're going to fold our arms and think that there's megawatts that are coming and there's nothing which is going to come. So even if you plug in all these IPPs in Northern Cape, there is no grid capacity to could bring it sustainably into the transmission lines that will become electricity. Stop misleading South Africa. You spent 300 billion rands in 19 years to even fail to bring 9,000 megawatts into the grid in Kusile and Medupi. But you come here and say that you're going to do 19,500 megawatts. That is misleading the nation and is disastrous because people are going to fold their arms and not do anything. Now, this is what you must do. You are going to spend 30 billion on diesel now for this period. Can we please create a conditional
Are you
grant that
debating
must
the
be given to
budget vote or are you
municipalities
debating
so
the
that
Minister of
we're able
Electricity?
to have off-grid solutions, microgrid solutions, and hybrid solutions? Because as municipalities who are responsible for electricity, we're in a space where we can insulate our people, particularly the essential services. From
Thank you very
load
much,
shedding that's happening.
Honorable
But
Shivambo.
the promises that you have been making
Thank
here
you.
are disastrous and misleading our people. And must not
Honorable
be taken
Shivambo,
seriously. What
your
correct
time
now
is up.
before we go home? Thank you very much.
No, this is
Honorable
ridiculous.
Matua.
Chair, you can add 10 more minutes to the Deputy President of EFF.
Honorable members from the EFF. Honorable members, allow the speaker on the platform to start.
House Chairperson, South Africans have lost trust in our democracy, in the crooks in this government, in our parliament, the public protector, and our courts. South Africans are walking around tossed between desperation and boiling anger. We have witnessed so many injustices under the leadership of Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. He should account to this country. That is the crux of democracy. That is the crux of accountability and responsibility. So many flaws, so many own goals, so many U-turns. A U-turn about a US dollar stolen from your farm, a U-turn with a national disaster announcement on electricity, a U-turn on the country's relationship with the international court, a U-turn on announcing your resignation, a U-turn on your decision to take the Section 89 independent panel report under review. No shame, no remorse, no accountability. The only thing left on Lady CR17 is a loaded, thick, fat buffalo skin with a bloated presidency. Minister Ramaphosa, not the project manager, the cheerleader. This is your last chance of governing. And then to the other Minister Ramaphosa, you come here with technicalities. It's dark outside there. The people need electricity. I see after me, the Honorable Minister Pando is going to speak. Now, 10 years ago, she was the Minister of Home Affairs. And she must come and tell us here whether she exempt the Guptas to land on Waterkloof. Let alone, she must come here and tell us how did she enjoy her Eastern cuisine. There is no difference between former President Ramaphosa, Zuma and Ramaphosa. The only difference is there is a Premier League and a wounded Buffalo League. The president talks about the NPA to prioritize cases of fish rots from the head down. The NPA should start first with the investigation against our president on Palapala. During the deputy president's reign as Human Settlements MEC, the Gauteng government was accused of squandering 1.3 billion. And the deputy president have the audacity to come and tell us about tracking and fast-tracking land. It's 27 years later. The courts has given the reason for the failure of this government because of the institutional incapacity. So the deputy minister must back up, the deputy president must back up and go to Alexandra and sort out those billions lost. The State Capture Commission found that Minister Mantashe be investigated. Uteng, he's here, he's with us. The Secretary General Fikile went on holiday to Dubai with dirty money. 680 paid by a company who supplied him during the time he was in government. An allowance from Bosasa for Novula Makonyane's daughter, 50,000 rand a month. Contracts awarded in her name, a tender scandal of 2.7 million. Mr. President, with your own step-aside rule, only a few have been dealt with, let alone by the NPA. We have Honorable Frolic sitting here. He's a House chairperson. It is believed that he received cash for setting up a meeting between Bosasa and Smith. I see. We don't trust this government anymore. Minister Kotwa, the commission has found that...
Honorable Matlua, could you please take your seat? What's the point of order, Honorable Member?
Yes, I'm rising on Rule 85. Why I'm saying this is because he mentions the Honorable Frolik, whose case was dealt with in ethics and has been concluded. He must ask the chief whip to give, his chief whip to give the report, because this was given to us in the programming. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable member. I have made a request and made you aware, honorable members, of Rule 85, casting reflections upon other members. Honorable Magloa, that is not acceptable. Could you please withdraw that?
I thought it's freedom of speech. I would draw, Chair.
Thank you very much.
What is happening in the presidency? Minister Nsaveni and Minister Ngubele are being changed like underwear in the presidency. Happy hour. Happy hour.
Point of
Honorable
order.
Honorable Magloa.
Point of
please
order.
Take your seat. Honorable members, there comes a time when the language might not necessarily be unparliamentary.
Yeah.
There comes a time when a language might not necessarily be unparliamentary, if only you can listen. If only you can listen. I'm saying there comes a time, honorable member.
The former Minister of Defense was removed from this cabinet. My time.
Must withdraw.
I dare say, honorable members, no member may use offensive, abusive, insulting, or disrespectful and unbecoming
Like underpants.
language.
The Minister of
Honorable
Defense said,
Magloa.
you agree with
Honorable Magloa.
Hey, can this thing
Please
debate
take a
and
seat.
stop being skipper my files here?
But I'm addressing you, honorable member. I'm addressing you. I'm saying Rule 84 says no member may use offensive and abusive or insulting language or unbecoming language. Let us not use that kind of language, honorable Magloa. I have already said it is not necessarily unparliamentary what you have said, but it's unacceptable, and allowed you to continue. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. The former Minister of Defense was removed because he differed with the president. She went on a plane with Isma Gasule, the finance minister. Today she's the janitor of this house. We don't trust this government. There was a little bit of personal trust with Honorable Dainty, but between Honorable Dainty and Penny, they must tell us who sent the SMS.
Honorable Magloa.
Minister Kanimeng,
Honorable Magloa.
Kwani, you left
Honorable Magloa.
with the worst
Honorable Magloa.
Honorable House Chairperson,
Please take your seat.
Honorable House Chairperson,
Honorable Magloa, please take your seat.
sir.
Point of order.
Honorable members from the TA, you are not assisting us. Honorable Magloa, while we are on top flight with your speech, but do listen, please. You are on top flight with your speech, but please use your ears as well. House is in chaos. Honorable Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. The Honorable Matlua said the Speaker is the Janet of the House. So we all know that Madam Speaker is the Honorable Speaker, Nosibiwe Maphisa Ngakula, referring to her as the Janet of the House. He's saying something else that doesn't mean the position of the Speaker. So that is unacceptable.
Thank
He
you very
knows
much.
very well that the rules doesn't allow any member to refer to another member in an undignified manner.
Thank you
So
very
that
much.
is what he's saying.
Thank you, Deputy Chikwip.
Yeah,
Honorable
the king
member,
must just sit down.
yes, the emphasis is on Rule 84 again. No member may use offensive and disrespectful language. Mr. McLuhan. Mr. McLuhan.
I think, Chair, Mr. Maglua also talked about the so-called trip to Zimbabwe, which was formally investigated by the public protector and was closed.
Thank you.
Was closed. It's casting aspersions on that matter when it was closed, and the public protector may declare that the issue is now closed.
Okay,
There is no
Honorable.
issue about that matter.
Okay, Honorable Papa, thank you very much. I consider that a point of debate. Thank you very much. You may take your seat. Continue, Honorable Matlua.
At times we face multiple
Order,
abusive
honorable
remarks.
members.
They apologize to some, but never to us. It doesn't matter who said what about us, our party or our members. What Honorable Korenhoff, McDonald and Notnagel on this side of the House, Honorable Lotriet and Krieger Wilson this side on the House, there's no difference except that those this side of the House belongs to a corrupt government. The only difference is that those sitting this
Honorable
side of the House.
Matlua, your time is up. Thank you very much.
Is this a sweeper?
All that screaming for nothing.
Honorable Minister of International Relations and Cooperation.
Chairperson.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Thank you very much. You may continue, Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, Madam Speaker, Mr. President, Honorable Deputy President, members of the Executive, honorable members. We welcome the debate on Vote 1. As many speakers have pointed out, we are living in a very challenging period of global division and fragility. Nonetheless, this is also a promising time for our continent. We join the President in congratulating President Tinubu of Nigeria on his election and the people of Nigeria for a third consecutive democratic election. The President's international schedule is a very full and active program, and we welcome its many positive outcomes. One of the most significant achievements has been referred to here, securing 1.4 trillion rands of foreign direct investment commitment into South Africa. The leadership of the President on this goal ensured that the target was achieved. The investments have resulted in more jobs, more manufacturing, more innovation. The most significant evidence of the positive impact of the President's MTEF commitment of Goal 7 has been seen through the leadership provided by the President to the continent as it combated the devastating COVID-19 pandemic. As chair of the African Union in 2020, the President coordinated not just our national response, but also unified African leaders and institutions to ensure efficient and effective responses. From securing PPEs, testing kits, and vaccines, the leadership transcended into today. At least 7 African countries are being supported to produce vaccines for the globe. And we have global multinationals working with African research institutions and pharma companies to produce novel treatments and diagnostics. All of this work was led by President Ramaphosa. And indeed, honorable member, to my left, you may posit mwa, but I'm proud of my mwa. I would not be proud of your mwa. International Diary of the President has included several state and working visits to our country, South Africa, in the first half of this year. We have hosted Uganda, Tanzania, Belgium, Namibia, Finland, Bulgaria, and Singapore. Our international policy is framed by our national interest and centered on our commitment to a better South Africa, a better Africa, and a better world. Our aim is to contribute to addressing the triple challenges of joblessness, poverty, and inequality. Your rowdy chap was here, useless as ever, so keep quiet now. Many of our partnerships provide support to these objectives.
Honorable,
A point of order.
Honorable Minister,
On a point of
would you
order,
please take a seat. There's a point of order. There's a point of order, Honorable Minister. Would you please take a seat? Would you please take a seat? Honorable Macpherson.
In the Honorable McGlure's speech, you quoted extensively from Rule 85 about not making reflections on honorable members. And the Honorable Minister has just reflected on the Honorable McGlure by calling him useless. Now, I shouldn't even have to ask you to rule on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable McLeod.
Honorable Chairperson, I may have been referring to the Honorable Mbele or the Honorable Faber or the Honorable Mwachap at the back. I might have been
Honorable
referring to
Minister.
them.
Honorable
Chairperson.
Minister. Honorable Minister, please take a seat.
yeah, my apologies, Chair. I thought the minister was referring to raw.
Honorable Macpherson, please allow me to check answer on that. I'll come back with a ruling. Thank you very much. Shall we continue, Honorable Minister?
Yes, Chairperson,
Order,
The-
Honorable members.
that Honorable Maglua refers to was acquired because I had to grow up outside my country after my father was released from prison. So that is why I have that accent. Nevertheless, notwithstanding our best efforts, Chairperson, the world has in the past 3 years become fractured and strained. The trade conflict between the most powerful global economies is causing great harm to smaller, more fragile economies. The World Trade Organization and the United Nations need to step in to mediate these trade conflicts. The poorest countries have become victims of conflicts they did not create. It is this harm that has led to all countries welcoming the peace initiative of the African presidents, an initiative which will seek to pursue diplomacy for peace between Russia and Ukraine. The presidents of South Africa, Senegal, Congo, Brazzaville, Egypt, Uganda, and Zambia will take up this initiative. And we are pleased that Russia and Ukraine have both welcomed it, as has the Secretary General of the United Nations. This year marks 60 years since the creation of the Organization of African Unity, now the African Union. And Honorable Shivambu, it would have been absolutely improbable at that period of 1963 to talk about continental integration. Of course, it's a vital aspiration and one which we should make happen now that we are in office as parliamentarians. But to imagine that it was possible at that time of fracture is just to meander into improbability. We have much to be proud of as Africa. Our vibrant, enterprising, techno-competent youth, our Agenda 2063 that we are robustly implementing, a maturing APRM that is promoting good governance, democracy, and accountability in Africa. Most importantly, the ratification of the African Continental Free Trade Area holds out immense promise for increased intra-African trade. Trade that will be enhanced through greater manufacturing and increased industrialization on our continent. It is vital that we support Secretary Mane in the hard work he's doing to ensure all legal instruments and frameworks are ready for implementation. This is an area in which South Africa and its parliament can play a leading role, and we congratulate our Department of Trade, Industry and Competition for the support it is giving to achieve the goal of intra-African trade. While Chairperson, there is much to celebrate in Africa, there remain many areas of concern, particularly ongoing conflict and insecurity. Africa is threatened by terrorism, extremism, and a resurgence of coups. We must respond effectively to all these challenges. I noted in our deliberations about concern on war that we didn't mention one African country under stress, and yet there are so many. So Ukraine is so important to us, but the rest of our own continent is of no consequence. Our support for the SADC mission in Mozambique affirms our resolve to repel terrorism and extremism in our region. We need to consider how South Africa can assist the Sahel region in their battle against terrorism. We have a responsibility to assist to free our continent from this scourge wherever we can. The president led the successful facilitation of conflict in Lesotho, and we are certain he will continue to assist SADC in addressing current problems in Eswatini and also in assisting Zimbabwe as it prepares for an election which we would like to be free and fair. We are very concerned at the continuing conflict in the Eastern DRC and also support the recent decision of SADC to strengthen our support and work closely with the African Union on this matter. South Africa will continue to use our presence in the AU Peace and Security Council to work for peace and security in Africa. We are also concerned at the continuing violence in Sudan and welcome the de-escalation plan adopted by the heads of state at their most recent African Union Peace and Security Council meeting. We welcome the proposed appointment of an AU high-level panel that will help facilitate peace in Sudan. Chairperson, South Africa has an extensive international footprint of missions that play a role in promoting our economic diplomacy. Our diplomats seek out strategic investment opportunities for product development, manufacturing in South Africa, and technology transfer. We have programs of skills development, postgraduate training, research collaboration, all as part of our international relations package. This work is continuously making vital contributions, both to skills development and increased trade in our country. We welcome the inaugural address of the President of Nigeria, in which he committed to addressing regulatory inadequacies that have made foreign direct investors reluctant to enter the Nigerian market. Many South African businesses have also welcomed this promised action by President Tinubu. One of the most significant failures, Chairperson, recently has been that of the UN Security Council, which failed to prevent conflict, which is its mandate. This has made reform of the United Nations Security Council and all its organs urgently necessary. We will focus on this critical priority within the AU, in the non-aligned movement, as well as in the United Nations itself. This year, we will also continue to argue that the focus of the world should turn more to achieving the SDGs and to serving the most vulnerable. We will also work closely with the non-aligned movement to energize that institution of the South to play its full role as a non-aligned global body. We are chair of BRICS this year and much work has been done. Tomorrow, I will welcome the BRICS foreign ministers and the Friends of BRICS countries on the 2nd of June. We have continued as South Africa to place Africa at the heart of BRICS and will use our chair role to promote Agenda 2063 and the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. We are planning for the summit in August and hope its outcomes will benefit Africa and increase BRICS and African cooperation. Next year will include vigorous work. Next year, after we've won the elections, which I'm sure we're going to do, we will engage in vigorous work to prepare for the president's huge agenda as chair of G20 in 2025. We are pleased that our advocacy over several years for the African Union to be a permanent presence in BRICS has been supported by G20 members. We'll continue to focus on economic development and debt relief in our G20 contributions and return the focus of G20 to development challenges of the globe. Honorable Maglua, we don't trust you either. And I could say your party doesn't trust you to make a reasonable speech because they shifted you with Honorable Mbele. And congratulations to Honorable Mbele for refusing to come and say nothing. It is, of course, very easy to come to this podium and to bluster and pontificate, pretending to offer well-considered intellectual contributions while providing mere empty rhetoric. One of the tasks of being in this house is when colleagues present their programs as the executive, it's important to listen. Don't interpret before you hear, because then you have the wrong so-called fact in your head. Honorable Ramaphosa did not say Lesotho is ready to offer 80 megawatts of hydropower. He said it is something we are working on, but the 90-day program is the program he set out. It did not include the hydropower of Lesotho. We, of course, have noted the joy of Honorable Shivambu at having access to a local government budget and to its programs. We know it is not the first time there's been some control of some state funding, and evidence indicates we should be very worried and wary at this development. I wish to assure the Honorable Mbele that it is DA members that will be sent packing next year. The people of South Africa know that we as the ANC continue to work hard to ensure a better life for them. That is why we introduced compulsory education. That is why we have bursaries for the poorest in our society. That is why young Black women are graduating as PhD candidates in numbers never seen before the advent of democracy in South Africa. That is why we are increasing quality infrastructure all over South Africa. That is why we are working hard to ensure the fundamental transformation of our country, which is so painful for the Honorable Mulder. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I've got a very important announcement to make. Order. Maybe the announcement that I'm going to make will decrease the tension. I request members to stand and wait for the chair and the maids to leave the chamber. That concludes the speakers list on the budget vote debate and the business of the day. The Honorable President will reply tomorrow. And the House is adjourned.